What's up, you guys? What is up?
I got the fist bump shirt on today.
It looks good. Thanks for repping the crew. That's what I forgot at the Venetian today.
Your patch.
That's what I forgot is the Run Good fist bump patch.
Tomorrow.
How do I keep on doing this? How do I keep on going into the battle without my armor? It's like, okay, I'm ready to go. Oh, no, I'll leave the suit of armor at home. The fist bump patch, guaranteed to bring the run good. Why don't I bring it?
It's definitely better than a prayer.
Probably is. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate you hanging out with me tonight. So I'm kind of in a sour mood.
We weren't going to stream tonight, and I told you to email everyone, but I guess because you didn't email everyone expected you to be here. Yeah. So the universe said, I'm going to knock you out.
I guess so. So we've got our work cut out for us today because we're down 1,600 in that Venetian Deepstack Main event. And I don't think that first place is going to get us out of the hole, but it'll get us closer today. It'll get us closer. We're going to jump into this 2K. Yeah, and hey, by the way,
dog.
Big shout out and big thank you to Win by TKO for resubbing 22 months in a row.
22
Didn't think you were going to be around for a while, man. He says, I get to catch a little bit of the stream tonight. His schedules conflict with our streaming schedule. But I guess not tonight. Maybe because it's President's Day.
Yeah.
Happy
So we're probably going to get a lot of
Day.
people. Oh my gosh, happy President's Day. Is it President's Day?
Happy Donald Trump Day.
I didn't even realize it was President's Day.
Where we all get together and celebrate.
I haven't read the news today. I just
great presidents that we have.
rolled out of bed because of my Terraria experience. Been digging a lot. That game is, I don't even know why it's addictive. It's not even that good of a game.
It's a great game.
Is it? Is it a good game?
Well, it's pretty deep.
Oh my! I have only beaten 4 bosses.
When you think about all the different aspects of that game, I mean, it looks so simple. It's a little 8-bit game, but it's not simple.
It's awesome. I'm surprised
you pretty much take everything in that game and turn it into a Unity 3D first-person experience, and it's
a life.
Yeah, it's basically like Sim Life. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and what's really good is that you can bring your character to another person's world without any changing.
I love that part about it.
Yeah, so you can work on your world. I can go to your world. It's like a really interesting. Yeah, it's really good.
It's not like Rust where you lose everything every 2 weeks to a wipe.
Yeah.
Or feel really crappy every time someone kills you.
Yeah, well, you can actually. There is a hard mode character.
There is multiplayer, but you can opt in or opt out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this tournament going.
Yeah, let's do. People want to see poker,
Ace,
Dutch.
Jack of Hearts. That's pretty good hand. Pretty good start. Actually, good enough that I'm going to go ahead and 3-bet. Let's go ahead and 3-bet here against Viva Spain. 6-6-4 doesn't really change anything. It's not exactly the flop we're looking for. But, we're probably still ahead. Thinking that Viva Spain probably has something like King, Queen, maybe a weaker ace. Now that King hit, we're behind a lot of his combinations, but we also might be able to push him off of a pocket pair. All right. Oh gosh, so today was crazy. There was a guy to my right today who ended up knocking out Mark Darner. You know who Mark Darner is, Michelle. I bet that you're not getting a clear picture of him, but let me go ahead and show a picture of him so that you can see who he is. We've had dinner with him a couple times. He has
why are you acting like I don't know who it is?
A lot of mutual friends.
Of course I know who Mark is.
No, you don't. I call. I know who Mark is because we played a lot together. I respect his game. He's, definitely a pro's pro.
Hey, I know who people are, Dutchie.
All right. I don't believe that you know who.
I don't think I personally met him though.
You've met him at least 4 times.
No, I don't.
The first time you met him was at Ryan Tapin's birthday.
Was I drunk?
Came in. You
Well, I don't count.
Yeah, you were.
I don't count. I don't count meeting people when I'm intoxicated. Unfortunately.
You were a little bit drunk. Let me go ahead and get a good picture of Mark Darner. Let's look for one where he's smiling, maybe. And yeah, let's go ahead and make the raise here. King 5 suited looks good. How about a Mark Darner?
He looks like someone I've eaten with. Sure.
He's got
So
the
what
little
about him?
Amish
Okay,
thing going.
so I got the look. I know who he is. So what happened in your table?
So he got knocked out in pretty spectacular fashion today. He raises, okay? He raises with pocket aces at the 200-400 level, so he makes it 800.
Okay.
He's got about 30,000.
Oh, he has aces. Wow,
yeah.
that's a really good hand.
It doesn't get
What
better.
is his position there?
He's in middle position.
Mid position. Okay.
So at that point, this guy to my right, he's an older guy.
Ooh, he probably a wiser guy. I can see why he got knocked out now.
Yeah, probably wiser. Decides that Mark Donner's on a stone cold bluff and 3-bets him to 1,800.
Okay. And does he smooth call or does he just shove?
I get out of the way. Jesse Sylvia is in the big blind. He gets out of the way.
Oh, cool.
This should actually clue anybody in to the fact that Mark Donner is not bluffing here. Because if he's looking for the weak big blind, he's not going after Jesse Sylvia's big blind. He's not going after,
for sure.
Like a bunch of strangers at the table and, WPT champion Jesse Sylvia and, 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Dutch Boyd are now in the blinds. The only 2 blinds that you really have to worry about at the table, and here they are, small blind, big blind. So that should have clued him off right from the get-go that, but I mean, this guy doesn't know who anybody is. Oh my gosh, we just got something.
Got a donation, it sounds like. I like the sound
John
of that.
Blaze donated $10. I just want to say thank you for always putting out a quality poker stream. Also really appreciate the auto host ad. I got a lot of people saying they found my stream from you. It really helps me grow my stream. Cheers and good luck tonight.
Oh, cool.
John Blaze, least I could do. They do the auto host automatically, but I actually did put the list together so X and W's up top. Anytime she's streaming, she automatically gets my host.
Oh, is that how you do it?
And John
Well, I
Blaze
should stream
is
more
one of my
then.
top, I think, 3 right now that I auto host. So as long as John, as long as you are streaming, then you're pretty much going to always get my auto host because most of the other people I stream are most of the people like I auto host are pretty irregular, like Nilesy. Nilesy always gets my auto host.
Regular. I thought he streams in the afternoon. We're always sleeping when he streams.
When he's streaming, he gets my auto.
I miss Nilesy. We haven't seen him in like 6 months. We should go. We should go rate his stream when he streams, Dutch. We should make it a point.
I miss Nilesy too.
Well, he has a different schedule because he's from Edinburgh, right? Am I saying that right?
9. Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Damn, I said it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to correct you unless they're from Edinburgh.
Well, that's okay. I mean,
Or
I don't mind being corrected.
I got it wrong a lot of times, and Nilesy corrects me. That's why I know that it's Edinburgh.
It's Edinburgh.
Yeah.
See,
Edinburgh.
We missed you, Nilesy, wherever you are. I hope you're winning.
My ain true friend from Edinburgh.
Yeah. The most influential in
That's
Edinburgh.
true. The most influential Scotsman.
Yes, streamer. Yes.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So that's kind of cool. Yeah. So John Blaze, at least I can do for a fellow WSP.com grinder, pro's pro, and wish you the best of luck all the time, especially on Twitch, man. I hope that you continue to Twitch and you get a lot out of it, and you're able to parlay it into something. Okay, so let's get back to Mark Darner's story. He raises. Do you remember when we last joined Mark?
Yes.
He raised in middle position with the
Aces.
pocket rockets.
His pocket rockets. He's now had just
aces.
called. Does he call the 3-bet?
No,
or does
no.
he shove the 3-bet?
He decides to go ahead and re-raise to 6,000.
Oh, he just re-raises it. And how many chips does he have now?
Now he has about 24,000.
He has 24,000 chips. He goes 6,000. He doesn't shove.
He has about a starting
You think
set.
shoving there is wrong?
Yes, I do.
I'd probably shove there because I would just be so nervous about my chips, and I'd be like, what if he does get the draw? I would shove out of fear.
It's too much of a big shove. It's too much of an over shove. If you make a normal re-raise, you're a lot more likely to get called.
But I wouldn't want to get called, though, because just in the case I get...
You do want to get called.
I know.
Anytime you have pocket aces,
I feel like...
you should never in your mind think, I got to protect this hand and push him off of any draws. You're such a huge favorite over anything that someone could have.
That's what makes me more conservative than you.
Huge favorite, to the point that they could be drawing almost dead if they have a hand like ace
Gosh,
king.
I have anxiety because of this hand. So, okay, go on.
So, our hero, Mark Darner, makes it 6,000. And the guy kind of hems and haws and makes the call. Mm-hmm. The flop comes out 8-7-4.
See, he should have shoved.
With two spades.
That guy probably got whatever he needed.
8-7-4.
No.
So Mark Darner checks. And as soon as he checks, I'm like, oh, he's got aces. He's got aces.
Oh, you knew what he had.
He would c-bet if he had ace king there, I think.
Is there anything wrong with c-betting there, though?
No, it's not wrong to c-bet with aces, but here's why you don't want to c-bet with aces there is because in the event...
Do you have his picture still up, or did you take it off?
I got it up.
Okay. You take it off so people can see the table.
Nothing's going on. If something happens, I'll switch back to the table.
No, watch the table. It's fine.
If something happens, I'll switch back.
But how do you know that something happens if you don't have the table back on it?
I'm playing. You don't have to worry. Don't worry.
I'm
Let's
watching.
focus on the story. I'm telling the story.
Yeah, but we need to watch the table, too, because I'm...
Nope. Okay. Goodbye, Mark Darner. Goodbye, buddy.
He looks like Bruce, our friend Bruce.
So I love the check with aces because if the villain here has a hand like ace king or ace queen, at this point he's drawing dead.
Okay.
Just stone cold dead. And if you make the check to him and he checks back, then maybe he can catch up. Or maybe he decides to, bluff at it. And if he has a big pair, which he's supposed to have here, like kings or queens or jacks or tens or nines, then he's going to try to protect his hand against ace king, and he's going to bet for you.
Wait, what was the flop?
8-7-4 with two spades.
Now,
I don't know this at the time, but Mark Darner is sitting there with the ace of spades in his hand.
Okay.
Which blocks out any sort of ace king, ace queen suited hands that he'd have to be worried about. Okay, so you got to be really feeling comfortable if you're Mark Donner. Now, there's a small chance that the villain has a set of eights, or a set of sevens, or a set of fours.
I would think I would be putting on a set.
Small chance.
Okay.
But there's way more combinations of overpairs, kings, queens, jacks, tens, nines, than there are of eights, sevens, or fours. I guess there's a small chance that he could have 8-7 suited. There's a small chance that he could have 5-6 suited and have just flopped the joint. So we'll see what he does, and he bets 10,000 into the 13,500 pot. Okay, so this is actually a pretty big bet, pretty substantial, and it's the kind of big bet that completely makes me feel comfortable if I have aces here.
Makes you think, though.
Makes you think. It's like, what is he betting this with?
Two of a kind. He has two.
Hopefully he has jacks.
He has 7-8, doesn't he?
Or tens, and he decides that he's going to go ahead and just take the pot.
Okay, keep him going. Go.
So Mark decides that he has an overpair. Mm-hmm. Puts the rest of it in, just all calls in.
Okay.
And the guy snap calls, which is always a bad sign. Mark Darner turns over his aces. The guy turns over 7-4.
Two. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured.
7-4.
I would have put him on a set or two. I would have been really cautious. I would have probably called him, really scared, and then checked and just made it small because of that. So what are you hoping for? Another ace?
Well, at this point, what you're hoping for is an 8 or an ace.
Or an ace.
A running pair, so that you have aces up versus his sevens up.
Okay, so you wanted to pair the board.
Or since Mark Darner also has a spade, there's 5% chance that it's going to go.
So okay, so I don't think it did go his way.
Born winner. Thank you for the resub. No, it didn't go his way, or I wouldn't be telling the story. Instead, Mark Darner looks at him, looks at the 7-4, looks at him again, says, "That's what I was worried about." That's what I was worried about. And he gives me, and he makes eye contact with me, and I just kind of look at him like, this fucker, this dude. What is he like? Where does this guy even?
Who said? Wait, what was the story? What was he? What did the old guy say? That's what I thought you had.
No, Mark Garner said that's what I was worried about, which I thought was actually pretty funny.
That's what I was.
Because
I would be worried about
You're not really
too.
supposed to put 7-4 in the guy's range. 3-bet and then called a substantial 4-bet. Put a very big.
He just had
chunk.
that old man just had a good old feeling, you know. He had
good old
That's
feeling.
what, because he's in the pot with that, right? He's in it. He's in that hand with that. He was like, I have a feeling I'm gonna bust some I'm gonna bust some aces today. So he was like, fuck it, and then he bet the 6K, and he's like, I have a good feeling about this flop. And then when he hit the flop, he's like, yes, my feeling.
It was brutal to watch.
Yeah, dude, because of the good feeling. He just had in his, like, he's been playing poker so long that he just, like, had good poker table sense.
So I'm
convinced.
Like the next.
That's like nonsense hand, man. That's
the
nonsense.
next orbit. Jesse Sylvia is in the big blind again. I'm in the small blind. And it folds around to this guy who makes the raise, and he makes it a minimum raise, and he does it kind of in a way that he feels like, oh, whatever.
That means he has something good.
I don't think it does.
I mean, they're like, whatever.
And it turns out in this situation, he didn't. He had 6-2.
Whatever. It could be the same mentality as the old man going in with 7-4.
It's the same old guy.
Oh, it's the same guy because he thinks that it's he's thinking that worked last time.
Yeah.
And you're never gonna get two pair
so
or two
of kind
6-2. Unless you're in those fucking ridiculous
he's
hands.
Got 6-2. The flop comes out Ace 6-2. The Jesse Sylvia has
Does he get
a
it again?
3-4.
He gets it again. Oh my god.
And Jesse Sylvia checks. First off, I called him.
Is this how you got busted out?
No.
Okay,
this is how Jesse Sylvia gets busted out.
From him?
Not this hand. I bust Jesse Sylvia out.
You should call that man.
Okay?
We should call that man, like, we should give him a nickname.
I end up busting Jesse Sylvia out, but I wouldn't have been able to bust him out if it wasn't for this guy on my right.
We should call him Old Strange Cards.
So as soon as Jesse Sylvia check calls this guy, and then the guy checks on the turn, I'm like, oh, so Jesse Sylvia is, doing an out of position float here. He's going to fire out no matter what comes out, representing an ace. And sure enough, that's exactly what he does. He fires out, and the guy snap calls him with 2 pair, shows the 6-2, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess this kind of, he had a very distinct move when he made that min raise. Every time I see that, I am going to 3-bet every single time.
Well, that was before the second time, right? I mean, that was after the 7-4. After the 7-4. So, did you pay attention to how he was doing it in 7-4 during the 7-4 hand?
It was a little different.
So yeah, because I think the 6-2.
But he wasn't opening in the 7-4. He was 3-betting.
Okay,
so I decided, anytime this guy opens like he just did with that 6-2, I'm going to go in 3-bet.
Really?
Like the very next hand, he makes the open.
Just shove
I look down and I have Ace 3 suited, and I make the 3-bet. Mm-hmm. Everyone folds, and he folds as well.
Okay.
And the hand right after that, he makes this. He makes an open again for the same amount, but a little different. I'm like, oh, I think that he actually has something this time. I'm not going to just auto 3-bet. I look down and I have kings.
Oh.
So I make the 3-bet again.
Yeah.
And this is when Jesse Sylvia decides that I'm just 3-betting this guy super light because I know he's super light. And he decides to go ahead and make the call with Ace King. The flop came out 9-9-3 with 2 hearts. Mm-hmm. The guy had also called, so there's about 7,000 in there. He checks, I make it 3,000. Jesse Sylvia calls with the Ace King, thinking that his Ace King is probably ahead.
Well, yeah, I think Ace King's a good hand. I mean, he thinks that you're on a move.
Let's make the raise here. He does, and he thinks
I would think that this
actually
is the hand right after the other hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that he's thinking that it's actually pretty likely that I have like 3 outs that he has me beat. So the turn comes in 8, and this guy got out of the way, by the way. I lead out for 5,000, which is about a third of what Jesse Sylvia has. And Jesse calls. And then the river comes, and I go all in, and Jesse tanks. And he hates making the call, but he doesn't put me on anything.
Put you on air.
The river was like a 2. All the draws missed, And so he makes the call with his ace king. Mm-hmm. Hero call.
Hero call. Hero call. Why'd you roll your eyes?
I just got a text.
From who?
I can't say.
Can I see?
No.
I know who it's from. I know who it's from. You don't have to tell me. I whispered it to you. Is that right? And you... Was I right? Was I right when I whispered you? Was I right?
Let me take a look.
Right there.
Yeah.
Where I whispered.
Yeah, you were right. Good read.
Here, come on, June. You okay? Wow, this lighting here is really bad. Look at how white I look. All right, guys, I'm back. I had to feed the dog. Okay, so I'm interested to know.
Sorry, guys. I have a little drama going.
Drama. Well, whatever the drama is, just be polite.
Do we go for it? Do we swing? Nah, I think I'll just get out.
So, Judge, back to this. So
back to this Jesse
yeah,
Sylvia story.
because it was like
That was
climax,
the end of it.
climax,
That
and it
was
was
the
a
end.
really, really messed up. Like
He recalled with Ace King, and it was a.
Well, how
he
did
was
how
doing
did that
the right
old
move
how did the old guy get
at
knocked
the
out?
wrong time? The old guy didn't get knocked out.
He's
old
still
guy
in.
He's still in. He has 100,000 chips. He's
Good job. Good
he's
job, crazy
running
hands.
the table. He keeps on getting it in bad. No worries.
Crazy
the old guy's still there. he's probably going to win the tournament.
What did he do? What did he do?
Hmm?
What did he do for a living? Excuse me. Did you talk to him or no?
I did.
Come on, I need
because
some
when the
insider
drink girl
information.
came over,
Yeah.
took my coffee order.
Mm-hmm.
When she brought it back, I was pulling up my wallet, and I paid her, and he decides to be helpful by anteing for me,
Oh no!
and I lost my shit.
Did you really?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
What'd you say? Don't.
You know, it's just the other day that I tweeted that little thing about one of my biggest pet peeves in poker is when someone antes for me while I'm right there. I'm sitting at the table.
Yeah,
you know?
but people don't know Dutch.
I
People,
know
not
they
everybody
don't
has
know.
this
I know they
line
don't know.
to your.
That's why
Twitter.
it's up to us as pros to let them know. So I let him know. I was very polite about it, and I said, I looked at him. I smiled.
He
I was
smiled.
very friendly. I was like, I can do that. And he's like, what? I was like, I can do that. I'm right here. Please don't touch my chips.
Please don't touch my chips because I don't
Please
know where
don't touch
hands
my
have been,
chips.
sir.
And he's like, oh, sorry. I was just, I said.
If I was that man, I would have said, but I would have been. My reaction to you would have been, "Don't worry, those will be my chips soon."
My exact words were, I can do that. And he looked over. He's like, what? And I go. I'm right here. I know you're only trying to help, sir, but please don't touch my chips. I had a little snarky dealer today, too.
Oh my God, really?
Oh, my gosh. The dealers, there's some really good dealers there. But then there's some really good dealers who are a little too comfortable in the box.
Oh, really?
And so when they're pitching their cards, I would happen to be in the 8th seat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he's pitching the cards, and when he gets to seat 7, 8, and 9, he's very kind of lazy about the pitch at this point because he's pitched a million cards in his life, and he knows what's going on. And so they get a little bit of an angle to them.
Yeah, they get like closer to the other guy, sure.
And when you have a right-handed dealer, I don't mean not close to the other guy, angled so that seat 4, seat 5, seat 6, or seat 3, if they were hunkering down and looking, they would be able to see what they want.
Oh, like up.
A little bit of an angle to them as they're coming off.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But he's going
real lazy about exactly. So
I get it.
I'm looking over here. By the way, we've got some bits. Look at this.
That's good.
Bits. Vice Chick 6 bits. Thank you so much.
Dutch was
Really
in a
appreciate that,
sour
Vice
mood.
Chick.
Now he's happy again.
I feel good.
Okay, no. So he was pitching the cards wrong.
Well, I mean, he's very comfortable. His pitch is good, except that he's tilting the cards
Did you go
a
like
little
this?
bit because he's just, he's just too comfortable in the box. It's like he doesn't care, And, I'm looking at the players in seat 4 and seat 5 and seat 6, and it's not like they're hunkering down. They're not paying attention. They're not watching. I know that my cards are safe at this table, but I also know that he's going to get moved to about 7 or 8 different tables. And, every single down that this guy has in cash games and tournaments, he's probably doing this because he's developed this bad habit. It's a little bit more comfortable. It's just... And so I ask him, rather politely, but also it's criticizing his job.
She just went to the floor.
Can you please keep him down? He's like, what's that? I was like, can you please make sure to keep the deck level when you're pitching the cards? He's like, what? Can you see a card? He was kind of challenging about it. He's like, no, I can't see a card. It's like, then what's the problem? It's like, well, you're tilting my cards. And if 4, 5, or 6 were looking, they could see my cards. He says, well, they're not seeing your cards. If anyone I'll tell you what, if anybody sees a card, let me know, and I'll slide them over. And he kind of had a little snarky attitude about it. Like, snarkier than I just let it out, Like criticizing his pitch was like criticizing his ugly baby. It was kind of like that. It's like, just let me do my job. I'm like, I'm telling you. I'm not saying you're a bad dealer. I'm saying that you're getting a little too comfortable, and if they wanted to, they could see my cards. And I'm telling you that they can see my cards.
And then what did he say? That's
he didn't
funny.
say anything. The next time that the whole rest of the down, he dealt him without the angle.
That's good.
The first time he was like, is that better? And I was like, yeah, that's a million times better. Million times.
No, you know what? Nobody likes to be corrected about anything.
No one likes it.
But it takes a bigger person to take that criticism and then just note it in their head that they made a mistake and it's okay.
It reminds me of this
It takes a really
dealer.
big person to do that.
It's hard. It's hard to take criticism.
Yeah, but it's okay to take a breath.
I don't care because I'm not gonna worry about his feelings over seat 3 or seat 4 seeing my cards, or some scumbag in
Don't call
table
them scumbags.
31 not saying anything and just getting a little lower.
I'd be like this.
This
with my mirror.
This is a problem.
Nice ace, Dutch.
It actually, I'm kind of surprised at how often it happens in in these Venetian deep stacks, because there are a lot of dealers who get pretty comfortable behind the box, and if you're left-handed as a dealer, then you have a tendency to flash seat 1 and seat 2's cards, and if you're right-handed, you have a tendency to flash seat 9 and seat 8's cards.
Well, I just think it's comfort.
It is comfort. That's all it is. Because it's not the new dealers or even the bad dealers who have this problem. It's the dealers who have been behind the box for a decade, and it's they just get a little too comfortable.
Well, I think in most jobs it's like that, though. It doesn't matter what it is. People just get comfortable and they just stop sucking in. They stop acting like it's their job.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. But yeah, don't be so. I mean, it's okay to be tactful but not aggressive. Be assertive but not aggressive. I think that you're very good at asserting yourself. I think you're very good at saying, what I've seen several situations when I witnessed you during WSOP where people have done things that were inappropriate. You have really good comebacks. It's actually really it's a really charming thing that you do. You have really good one-liners, really good comebacks. So I think it's a really cool way that you handle yourself in those situations. Me, on the other hand, if I was in a situation, I'd probably get walked all over on because I wouldn't know what was happening. And the next thing I know, 5 hands have gone by and I'm still dwelling 5 hands later on what had happened. Because that's how fast it moves for a new person. But you being there for so long, you're not like a lot of people who are new and they see those things happening and they're just like, oh my God, did that just happen? And they just kind of work it out in their heads for 5 hands or whatever, and they're still dwelling on it. Whereas you are in the moment because you have played poker for so long. Me, no. When I first started playing, I fucking thought I won a hand, and when the pot wasn't my way, I was like, and I just kind of accepted the ruling. I didn't really understand what happened, and I didn't really I have time to like say, wait, let me see what we have here. You know, I think online poker actually helps with that as well too, though, because then you can understand like certain runouts. Hey, Sooner Chris Poker, good to see you in here. A little while is better than no while. He's just stopping in. He can't stay for long.
It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, that happens a lot in the WSOP, Bony Fish, the tilted cards thing. You know, where you can just like deck in.
You're talking
and
about
see.
when players muck their cards. Is that what you're talking
He
about?
says I don't like tilted cards. No. That happens too. But I'm talking about when the dealers, what you were talking about when the dealers were angle. What, do they have a name for that? Letting the cards fly.
Cards flashing.
Card flashing, yeah, I guess.
That's what it's called. Cards flashing.
Flashing of the cards. Did you eat your dinner? Come on. Oh, that's a good girl.
Making the raise here.
I trained my dog to like treats every time she has her dinner, and now she cries for them. Gosh, I don't know how that habit came to be.
Coald making the raise for what seems to be about 5 bigs. No, not 5 bigs. 5 times my bet.
Oh, shit, are you just gonna call?
15 bigs. I don't know. I mean, I've got pocket 7s.
Yeah, but if you just call, you can kind of like set mine. You don't want to waste that much chips on it.
It's not worth a set mine. The reason that you might call here isn't to hit a set and bust an overpair. It's because you think that you're ahead of hands like ace king, ace queen.
Does 7 hit at all?
No.
Good fold, Dutch.
Well, I don't know. Like I was ahead of ace king, ace queen.
I know.
You know? And then if I would have made the call, Phoenix probably folds, and Jack 4-4 comes out. I probably just fire out right there on the.
And then
on
he
the
doesn't.
flop.
Then he doesn't give you any more
And yeah, I
value.
mean, we might have just won the pot.
Sure.
You know? So I'm not going to say it was a good fold.
I'm gonna say it was.
But I mean, it was. I'm not. I don't think that would have been a good call either. I had a really lame hand go down today.
Well, what's the? Do you have any good hands that went down today?
Well, the Joseph Sylvia hand. I mean,
Well,
that got me
besides
up
that
to
one, that one was a good one.
51,000.
Okay,
52,000.
is there any other ones, or everything's just been shit from there?
Everything else was shit.
Shit from there.
Everything else
God
was like,
dang it!
Can't. All the moves don't work. All the value bets are behind. You know, it was very frustrating the rest of the day.
Do you feel like you should be working out at the gym
I mean,
before you play?
Yes, I do.
Maybe
I think I need to
maybe
get more sleep.
maybe we get a
I think I need to
boxing
get, more
bag.
exercise. You know, there's more bullets in this thing. Playing tomorrow.
Is there any other bullets besides tomorrow, or is tomorrow the only day?
There's another bullet on Wednesday if tomorrow doesn't go well.
Well, you're gonna do well tomorrow, right, guys? Right, guys? He's
So
gonna do
hopefully I won't be
good.
streaming
I want you
tomorrow
guys to
instead.
I want you guys to tweet him out, saying, "Good luck, Dutch. Good luck. Don't let them dealers tell you how to play, or don't let them dealers. What is it called? Deal those hands."
It's gonna be
weird.
calling this. We'll try to call it really quick.
Oh gosh.
Keep
What is
Phoenix
it?
from experiencing too much slow roll pain.
Helicopter. That's good. Helicopter hands. Oh, helicopters.
Pretty good. Pretty
Come
good.
on, stick. Did we win?
Yeah, we won.
Good job.
Did
So,
we win?
so yeah, I mean, helicopter is helicoptering their cards is when they go like this into the muck. Whoosh. Is that how they do it? Whoosh. Man, I can't. You know what? I don't know if I'm cut out to be a professional poker player, but man, some of the funny things that you guys do with the chip tricks and the weird helicopter shit. I mean, come. That's just shows you how long they've been at the table. I just don't see myself ever
Yeah, it's
like
true.
going like this.
You don't see anybody helicoptering their cards.
Yeah.
Who's been there for a long, like who just got there. You know, it's like, this is the first time I've ever played poker.
Hey, garbage all the time. Good to see you.
It's just another example of getting too comfortable and forgetting to suck in, and it shows a lack of respect for the other players because when you're in that situation and helicoptering your cards into the muck, you don't have anything to lose anymore. So, here's why I don't mind that as much as I mind dealers, is because dealers are getting paid to do a job. Poker players aren't being paid to muck their cards correctly, you know.
I guess. Hey, my favorite is when I was watching you play WSOP, and when someone is next to you, you can when you can see their cards and you're kind of like looking at it. That's my favorite. And then you have to tell them to like protect their cards.
Not anymore. I used to. Now I don't. I just make no secret that I'm like just.
Yeah, he does it so obvious. It's like really, really like embarrassing. So embarrassing that I told him not to do it.
Well, I feel like if you're like trying to be all slick about it, put the hoodie on, put the sunglasses on, and then just like stare at him, that's like crossing a line. But if some guy is exposing his cards to the players next to him, and you're not. I mean, I guess is it crossing the moral line or the ethical line? I think that it all depends on how much you crane your neck. It really depends on whether you're leaning or not. Because if someone's getting a penalty for exposing cards, they're the ones who get the penalty. It's his responsibility to protect his hand, not my responsibility to protect his hand.
Did we get that number? Did we get that phone number?
Which one? No, not yet.
Because it's break time, and I wanted to tell people about it.
But I will say this: in a normal tournament, like we're playing Venetian deep stacks with a bunch of amateurs, for $300 prelim,
I have some cards right
I will usually say something. But when you're playing for a bracelet, when you're playing for a world championship, and the guy doesn't even know to protect his whole cards, and other players at the table don't even know to look out for other players who aren't protecting their whole cards, I feel like that's not really the time and the place to be educating anybody. And if they can't protect themselves or protect other players from, pros, then they aren't really deserving of a championship. That's how I feel.
I guess. And if you don't wear shades, you don't deserve it either. I mean.
Okay, guys, when we come back, we are going to be 45 out of 134. And I've been thinking about a couple of Poker Clinic topics. Maybe I'll bounce some off of you guys when I get back. We'll be right back.
We should talk about our number. I don't see it yet.
Okay, guys, we're back. We are back. And we got the rebuy, we got the add-on, 45th out of 134. First place in this thing, over $1,000. Tearing up the paper.
No.
What are you doing?
I'm making a bookmark because I don't really like it when you tear, when you put an ear. That's one of my pet peeves about books, man. When people do that to the
People fox your books.
dog tail or whatever it is called, dog ear in the books. Is it foxtail or dog ear?
I think it's fox ear.
I don't know, but it's
Fox ear in books. You know what? That reminds me of one of my best friends in law school, Matt Winfrey, and
God, it so irritates me.
he hated that. Anytime somebody would dog ear a book or like highlight
Dog
a
ear.
book.
Oh,
You
highlighting
know,
the book is the worst.
Like highlighting a book or writing in the margins of a book, he would lose his shit over that. And anytime that he was
If it was
like
a library
an OCD
book, yeah.
kind of thing,
He would erase it, right?
well,
I've done that.
what I thought was the best is anytime he was reading a book, he would be really careful not to open it all the way where it would crack the
Oh,
smudge.
I don't know about that.
Really careful. Like he's like reading a book like that.
Really? That's kind of weird, though. That's a little much.
Because he wanted to make sure that his books were
Gosh, and that was
pristine.
before Kindles. Kindles are really great.
No, no fingerprints.
I've read a lot of. Actually, I should charge my Kindle right now.
You know, I feel like if you're that worried about it, then you should just buy 2 copies. One that you can, one you can
When you
read
can
and enjoy,
on it. And one that you can.
and then one that you like keep on the bookshelf, nice and clean,
Yeah, I guess.
perfect condition. I can understand. I mean, certain books are worth a lot, like first edition, first print books. I can understand that if it's something like that. But if it's just like some random, trade paperback, I mean,
Well, there's
I
nothing.
remember once I was sitting at a table with a guy. It was a cash game back in the old San Jose prop days, and he was always reading a book. And how he would read it and not lose his place is every time he finished a page, he would rip it out of the book, crumple it up, and throw it on the ground. And so his book just kept getting thinner and thinner. And
I think
thinner
actually
and
that's a
thinner.
good idea, honestly, to get
No.
into books.
See,
I
don't
think
like
I
that
actually
idea at
liked
all,
it.
because
It's
like,
kind of like
as an author, I love it.
Yes.
As an author, it's like, okay, good.
No trade.
No one's gonna be buying that book used.
I think it's
like-
it's a
but-
fun way to like get.
It's just destroying
reading.
something that has value for somebody else.
Well, he
But
better remember not to. He better remember what he read, just in case he has to go back.
I feel like there's a huge difference between tearing pages out of books and basically destroying the book.
I kind of like that idea.
And like dog-earing the book or writing in the book where the book is still readable, the information is still there.
We should do that for one book, you and I. Just one book
Let's do
we'll
it right
read.
now. We don't even have to read it. You can get a book off the shelf. And we'll
You
just
have
tear
a
it to
question here
pieces.
about dealer etiquette here by Z Roy.
Okay, Z-Roy. It's good to see you, bud. Thanks for the cheers, too, by the way. It says, speaking of dealers, what are your thoughts on dealer tipping etiquette?
Oh.
Should you raise your tips significantly if the pot is big? I usually tip 2x, 3x for big pots, but feel bad about my tips when I see someone tips 5x, $5 on a $100 pot. Okay, this is what I'm saying, Z-Roy. Tip $1 a pot.
Just
As
be
long
consistent.
as long as it's a pot that sees a flop, you don't need to be tipping if you don't actually see a flop on something. If you like raise in the middle position and everyone folds, you don't need to be tipping off a buck off of the 7 that you just got from the 2-5 game or the 4 you just got from the 1-3 game. But as far as how much to tip, I don't think that you really should be basing your tip amount on the size of the pot. The dealer does the same job whether the pot is $100 or $100,000. You should be tipping based on how the dealer does. And there's a couple of times when I will tip a dealer $2. That's as much as I'm ever going to be tipping a dealer. Like that's as much. And I guarantee you throw $1 to the dealer every single time you win a pot, and they're not going to complain. That's a decent that's a decent living. When they sit down and per down, if they can get, if they can get 22, 23 hands out per down, that translates into, as long as everybody tips the same amount that you do, $1 per hand, every hand, then it translates into, $22, $23 a down, and that's fine. No dealer is going to scoff at $20 a down. That turns into, they don't get 2 downs an hour 8 times a day. They don't usually get the 16 downs a shift, but it does turn out to be a pretty good 50, 60,000 a year
dollars.
job.
Those dollars add up, man.
Yeah. So
I remember when I danced, I used to love getting dollars. I wasn't gonna turn down $1.
That at the end of the year, your up or down, your win rate is going to be significantly affected by how much you tip.
That's right.
Significantly. If you are a full-time player and you're tipping $2 every single time you win a hand, you are going to be lowering your hourly rate by about, per hour, you're probably looking at 45 hands an hour, of which you're supposed to win 5 or 6 of those hands. So that's $6 an hour less that you're making. And if you are actually putting in, 20 hours a week or 30 hours a week, it's pretty significant. Pretty significant. You could be easily looking at, the difference between, being up 50,000 for the year or being up 60,000 for the year, based on tipping $1 or $2. And that's you get to a certain point where if you tip too much, then there goes your hourly rate. If you tip $5 a hand, this is one of the easiest ways that you can spot somebody who's a fish in a game is if they overtip. Because if you're overtipping, you just can't beat the game. You're not making your living playing if you're tipping $5 a pot, $4 a pot. But sometimes I'll tip 2 if the dealer's good. Doesn't matter though how big the pots are.
Do you tip them quarters and nickels?
No, I don't break down the dollar.
It's rude. Just so you know, don't throw quarters at dancers. It's rude.
Is it?
Well, in Canada they throw loonies and toonies, so the Canadian strippers like it because they get loonies and toonies, but American girls do not like.
American strippers don't like the quarters.
No, they don't like. Well, they don't like dollars.
They don't like making
I've gotten tips dollars, like dollar coins. I have a whole bunch dollar coins, and I didn't. And girls don't know that they're not dollars. You know what I mean? Because they sound like they're like quarters or nickels and shit. Until you pick it up, you're like, oh, it's $1 or $5.
So it is something that
it is different in America.
On stage, they don't throw it at you.
In Canada, they do. They throw it at the girls because the girls will go like this or something. Not like hard, Dutch. God. Jesus. Jesus, Dutch. Come on.
Let's make the raise here.
It's like you've never been to a titty bar before.
It's been a long time.
It's like you have no titty.
Like
you don't have any stripper etiquette. You need your
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Don't throw your freaking change on the stage, guys. Politely place. You're actually supposed to politely place it on the stage. The money.
Is that right?
Well, you're supposed to. You're not supposed to touch the girls.
See, I didn't know. I thought that you're supposed to hold it up, and they're supposed to take their G-string or something.
You can go like this,
put
like
around
this.
Or something.
You go like this, but the guy isn't supposed to touch you, dude. They put the money in the string. Yeah, they're not supposed to touch you, dude. Those are the rules, Dutch.
Money Miser, good to see you, man. He's gonna play the circuit event tomorrow. Is that what is going on tomorrow?
Yeah, there's a circuit event.
Rio WSB circuit event.
There's a whole month of it, I think.
Yeah, I know, but I think the main event isn't until
the end of the month.
After March. The main event here at Venetian. I can't imagine that they scheduled them both at the same time. Saturday and Sunday is when the main event is. So I'm going to be playing those. Hopefully just one. Hopefully I'll just be playing Saturday.
You're not gonna play any circuit events, or you are?
I might.
You should
play a prelim. There's a horse event on Thursday. There's a monster stack on Friday.
I'll buy you
those
in,
look
Dutch.
pretty good.
I'll buy you in the horse. You're good at horses.
Yeah, I'm all right.
But if I back you, Dutch, I have to watch every hand
Okay.
and make sure you play, and you get there on
I
time.
have to get there on time.
Get there on time, and I have to watch you play. And I want you to text me what you had in the hole, so I can see if you played properly. Then if I feel like you played properly, I will invest in another tournament for you to play.
The gold jacket is yours, Dutch.
Somebody wanted to see my shirt, so I showed it.
What's the gold jacket? What's the gold jacket, Wheeze the God? Do I get a gold jacket if I win the Venetian Deepstack Main event?
What?
When I win it?
So jackets you get?
I don't know.
They have some jackets at LAPC, right? Don't they give? They used to have one.
Yeah, they used to give...
You do have a leather jacket. I'm going to go find it.
I do.
Or did we give it away?
I got a Commerce jacket in there. That used to be the thing out in the California rooms, is you'd win a tournament or you'd make a final table.
Oh,
and
wow. Look at how
give
big
you
this jacket is, dude.
Yeah, wear it if you want.
It's so big.
It's just like, I would never wear
so
that
ugly.
out. It's like this leather aviator jacket. Show it off on stream. Show it off on stream.
Oh, my God. It's so big. Oh, it's zipped.
Yeah.
Look. Look, guys. I'm
Okay, let's go for 2.5x here.
Oh, my God. We should give this away.
We could auction it off for charity. Let's take a look. It says LA Poker Classic
see?
Final Table. Yep, we can see.
Oh, my gosh. It's so... Okay.
Let's go for 462 here. A little bit less.
Did you win this jacket?
Yeah, I did. And we had 10 high, so I gotta make the phone down. Good dodge there. Positivity 9. No, there's not. No, there's not. I checked a long time ago.
What if there was?
Let's make the call here with the ace-5 of hearts. I'm a little bit worried about opening it up for a big shove from Positivity or a 3-bet from Kowal, who seems likely to do something like that. So flighty 28, I am playing more flights if necessary in the deep stack. It's a good tournament, man. There's a lot of soft money in this tournament. I think a lot of people are out there, and like most of the major pros are out in LA. The only players who are here are the are the Vegas pros who decide not to go out to LA. And there are some soft seats in this thing. Bitcoin Louie, good to see you, man. Still in Vegas. It's been too long, bud. Always a pleasure to see you. Hopefully you'll be coming out again this summer. We'll hang out, grab some food. Have to tell me about how the last year's been treating you, man. I look forward to that.
Is Bitcoin Louie a friend in real life? Yeah?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
We had dinner with him in Krungsang.
You didn't, I think, without me. Or no, yeah. Okay, I know who it is. Okay, yeah, he's... Okay. It's been a while. It's been a while. We haven't seen you in a while, actually. We were just going to eat at that restaurant yesterday, last night.
I was thinking about you when we did,
yeah. Yeah, we were. We were just thinking about you. That's right. But we decided to do pho instead. Yeah, I don't know why they give jackets. I think giving away a shirt would be okay. A T-shirt, a nice one though.
Tell you what, it's a good idea to have some sort of trophy that people can show off.
Yeah, like a T-shirt. I don't think a jacket in Vegas.
A jacket works okay because a T-shirt
I guess it's cold
isn't really going to get
Vegas.
worn that often.
And a jacket will. You're probably right.
And a T-shirt is like wear it once, it eventually just like disintegrates, and you give it away, and someone donates it to Goodwill. Maybe it gets bought and then donated again. Eventually, it ends up on some African kid in 20 years,
or in a quilt.
Which is kind of sad when you think about like some African, some kid in like Somalia or something walking around with a T-shirt that says "L.A. Poker Classic Main Event Winner 2017," or
WSOP
winner 2006,
or fist bump. You guys aren't going to give these away though, right?
Eventually,
no.
Everything ends up in Africa.
It's going to be on a quilt.
A quilt.
Quilt, babe. Quilt T-shirts. I'm saving all my old T-shirts to make a fine quilt, so I can have memories.
It would be kind of cool if it was a gold jacket that was actually made of gold.
Gold thread.
Melt. You could melt down, sell spot value. That'd be awesome.
You'd walk into the casino with just no sleeves.
So they know that you're running
it's
back.
Like shit. Yeah, I've been running back, guys.
Like sleeveless. Next thing you know, it's like a sleeveless midriff jacket.
Or you just wear a hood. You just wear the hood.
You just got the hood left.
So that's all I got, guys.
It's really funny. Where'd your zipper go?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. So they have updates for this thing. 27 players remain.
Yeah, how did you best?
WSP
Warren Boss
circuit.
wants to know, how'd you best today? I want to know.
There wasn't one single hand that happened. The big hand that got me short again was because I started out really good. I 3-bet a couple times and didn't have to see any. Wow, I really think I'm going to go for a 3-bet here. The reason I like the 3-bet here is because I really do kind of want to push the blinds out, and we can represent a lot of bigger hands. It's a pretty good flop for 9-10 of diamonds. He checked so quick though. I'm a little bit worried about that jack. We could check back. Let's do. I feel like he's setting us up for a little check raise. Wow, now we can go ahead and fire out a half pot bet. And he is going to have trouble calling with a hand like a queen jack or king jack.
Oh, we're thinking about somebody else, he says, Bitcoin Louie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See?
I'm thinking about our other buddy Louie. Sorry about that, Bitcoin. We've never shared a meal, Bitcoin Louie.
Who are you?
Which Louie is it? Louie,
It's Bitcoin Louie.
No. The Louie that we had.
I don't know I don't remember his name. He hasn't been here for a while.
His name is Louie too.
Yeah, but he hasn't been here for a while. I don't think he uses Louie as a name.
He does.
Does he?
Yeah.
Look, kings against kings, Dutch.
And nothing happened.
Oh, he's seen Dutch. These two. Okay. Well, Bitcoin Louie, you should come and say hi to me at least. I get bored just watching Dutch during the WSP.
Got Tony Sand 23 making the 3-bet pretty quick.
You're fired, Dutch.
I'll give it up.
So I guess there's some drama going on. I'm trying to figure out what the drama is. About Lemon? Do you know this drama, Dutch?
No, but from what
Lehman?
I gathered...
Is it Lemon or
from
Lehman?
Chat, it's Lemon. Lemon poker.
Like Lemon or Lemon?
He's an LA Cash Game pro. Always, very outspoken. He runs a radio show out there, and from what I gather, he had Doug Polk as a guest on the show, and Doug Polk didn't call in at the time that they said he was going to call in.
Okay.
I think that was the drama. So Doug Polk kind of flaked on him, kind of big-timed him a little bit, and Women took it a little too personally. He definitely has the kind of a reputation for letting things kind of get blown out of proportion. But I can understand it. I'd be a little bit irritated too if I booked a guest for my show. I was going to give him time on my show to promote himself and promote his Upswing Poker and promote his Twitch channel and promote whatever he wants to promote and talk
Is
about
it because
poker.
he got the time wrong? I mean, it's possible. I would think that any professional talk show person would have some way to fill that time anyway.
The truth is, I don't really know. This
we don't
is just
know.
what I'm getting from,
Oh my God, this book has a
this.
freaking
So-
dirt spot on it. Look, this
Let's take a look at what Reddit said.
was a new book. I need an eraser.
Let's go for a little 2.5x action.
I just think that, you know what, in terms of poker drama, though, I feel like there's not enough drama in poker that they just make up these little poker dramas. Because there's just not enough stuff out there to talk about.
So I guess they were also playing Live at the Bike together, so they kind of went back and forth there.
Oh, it's my fingerprint.
I don't really know.
So the chat probably knows. So someone in chat, enlighten us. We'll talk about it if you guys want.
So I am under the gun. Let's
Do you have
go ahead and
4, 4,
fire
6?
out a raise here. No, we have ace 3.
What is Bitcoin?
Not a
BTC,
raise. It's a bet.
BT.
It's not a raise. You can't raise yourself. We got Tony Sand 23 going in and making the call here. And now a check raise shove by NL Doc with the overcards and a flush draw. I'll make the fold. Guess not. I guess Tony Sand had the overcards and a flush draw. NL Doc just had the open-ended straight draw.
I feel really bad that I made this new book blemished.
Was it your fault?
Probably. Sometimes I get lipstick on the books. Ups. Upsies.
Okay, so do you want to... Here, this happened 6 days ago. There's a...
There's really nothing.
Do you want to... There's a video?
There's a
We
video.
can watch the video if we want. Do you want to watch it?
Is it? No, not really.
Comment on it.
Is it a long video?
Let's check back.
We can watch the video after stream, I suppose.
It's a 9-minute video.
Yeah, no, I don't want to spend 10 minutes on it unless the chat does. I mean, I don't really want to spend 10 minutes on it. Videos need to be 3 minutes long for me to commentate over them. I have a very short attention span when it comes to videos. Not really. Unless it's my video. What does the comment say? Speaking of videos that are too long but interesting and have an interesting comment, Dutch was watching a video today about where to sleep in your car.
There's a YouTube streamer named Hobo Anna.
Hobo Anna, is that her name?
Yeah, she's super young,
Aw.
pretty attractive.
How old is she? Like 22?
I'm gonna guess 22.
Okay.
22, maybe 23. Mm-hmm. And she is making the conscious decision to sleep
I
and
bet her
live
fucking
in her car.
back hurts.
And
What kind
she
of car
decided,
do you know
well,
what kind
it
of-
was, at first it was a Toyota, like just regular,
Toyota car?
like I think a Toyota
So with all her,
Corolla.
so does she get a lot of views?
I mean, she's actually pretty good at making the videos and doing the vlogs, and she's also really good at titling her videos.
So that's what I'm asking you. Does she have a lot of views? Because if she does, that's probably
Some
what
of
she's.
her videos have.
she's making a conscious
has
decision to
upwards
make.
of like 500,000,
Yeah.
600,000 videos. I would say on average she has about 40 or 50,000
It's still pretty good.
views on her videos.
That's really good.
I mean, she's still very much an up-and-comer. She just started doing it about 6 months ago, but she's
That's still really good.
I think.
I mean, we've been doing it for 2 years. We barely break. I don't know what our numbers are, but
Do you want to see? Do you want to see?
no,
a clip of
I don't.
Hobo-Lana?
I was just saying I don't want to watch videos like that because they're too long.
It doesn't have to be the whole video.
No,
We could just
no.
show the video about her.
I haven't
talking
even
about
seen it.
Her dream of.
I just was listening to it.
Her dream of living in a van.
And I was just making fun. I was
You
just
know, it's-
I was just listening to it, going, "Oh my gosh, does she live in a car because she
girl's-
does YouTube videos?"
The girl's living in a car, and then she upgraded to a Jeep, and now her dream is to live
Jeep.
in a van. You know.
I think a van would be good.
It
Like
always worries me when
It's her
YouTube
dream.
recommends videos like how to live in your car, because it's like, does YouTube
I don't know. I hope
something
she's
that
gonna
I
be
don't?
okay though.
It's like when YouTube like starts recommending like baby clothes before you even know you're pregnant. You know,
It's like the Amazon.
or like Amazon recommending like really flowery scars before you even recognize that you're gay. You know, like the AI is pretty good at this.
Well, I hope not.
Like,
I hope.
How to live in your car.
Did you
That-
get
might be interested in this.
Did you
one.
get recommended that?
Top 10
Oh, wow.
places to sleep if you're living in your car. And I'm like, oh, that actually sounds interesting and very useful potentially. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute.
It's not useful.
Hopefully that is not useful.
Yeah, Dutch. Why are you watching those videos?
It's fun and fascinating. You know, most of the YouTubers right now are talking about PewDiePie and his little bum deal against the Wall Street Journal and mainstream media, which
That kind of does make me question mainstream media though, because that was a bum deal.
fake news. Wall Street Journal, fake news. It was kind of a bum deal, though.
Well, no, it's not the Wall Street Journal. It was irresponsible of the people who were writing the article, because I mean PewDiePie himself has millions of followers.
50 million, I believe, subscribers. Can you recap the story just in case?
I am recapping the story.
Just in
Oh.
case. our
Yeah,
viewers don't know what
PewDiePie
we're
is
talking about.
PewDiePie is a gamer, and he has a huge following, and he went to as a social experiment. He went to a site called Fiverr.com, and he wanted to see how low the people would go to make $5. So he had them. I guess I don't exactly know the phrasing he put out for have these videos being made, but it was like offensive videos, and one of the videos became anti-Semitic. And when you watch the video of PewDiePie's reaction, you can clearly see that he was shocked at the video that was made with his $5.
Yep.
But the Wall Street Journal went ahead and just picked pieces of that segment and other segments and called PewDiePie a alt-right person and an anti-Semitic and all for the Nazis, which was out of context. He does a really good video about his reactions about it. Anyway,
It was
and
a bullshit smear piece.
it
is
was a
basically what
bullshit
it was.
smear, Pete, and
You got
I was
these
like,
three
wow.
journalists who decide that they're going to make a story out of a couple of like
PewDiePie.
select scenes from PewDiePie, and there is no question that PewDiePie is not racist. He's not anti-Semitic. He is so not anti-Semitic that he's not even sensitive to the fact that people might be incredibly offended.
Yeah.
Because he thinks it's ridiculous.
He's doing it in a sense of he's doing these things for reaction, for comic. Because as far as comedians go, comedians should be able to touch on subjects, that are controversial. I mean, that's the reason why we can do that. I think there is a little bit of sensitivity on certain issues, but
what do you think here?
I don't know. What do you have here?
Top kicker, ace 9. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what Lily Bean has? Sitting here firing at 2,200. We could be behind. We could also be up against something like Jack 10, Queen Jack, overcards with spade draw, 9-10, 9-8. Ugh. He could have an 8. It's a tough one because I feel like if he's bluffing here, this is basically what he would do, is continue the bluff. He could also be turning hands like ace 6 and ace 7 into a bluff. He could be turning hands like 5-4 suited into a bluff. It's really tough, you guys. I kind of think that if he had... I don't know. Really don't. Let's make the call.
Wow. I'm really surprised that you called there, and I'm really surprised that you won, and I thought you were just going to punch your stack right there. Wow. I was holding my breath. I was like getting ready to rip the paper.
Sometimes, sometimes we can make good, tough calls. Made a pretty good, tough call against.
I don't know if that was a tough. Was that a tough call? I mean, is that tough? I mean,
well,
I feel like that you lose
we're
that.
Only beating a bluff.
I think you lose that like a lot of the times.
So you think it was a bad call?
No, I mean obviously it was a good call because you won. I would have folded personally because I would be scared. I'm too scared. But anyways, back to PewDiePie. Yes, it was really unfortunate about Felix. He's a great entertainer and if you guys haven't watched any of PewDiePie's videos, he's really good and really funny. And I stand with PewDiePie. And it makes me feel like the Wall Street Journal is being disingenuous about a lot of other things, which is sad. I mean, it makes me feel like, with all the negativity on Donald Trump, it makes me feel like I need to take everything that they say with a grain of salt. Fortunately, Donald Trump goes out on Twitter and he does press conferences so I can make my own judgments against him. But it makes me feel like the media has this really bad bias against him. I love how
he looks at every media outlet and is calling everybody fake news. Well, CBS News, ABC News, NBC News,
NPR,
CNN, NPR, failing New York Times, Washington Post. All of these are somehow fake news. And who does he like? I guess he loves Fox News. But now Fox News is kind of going out since he's made such an enemy of the mainstream media, and they're calling him out too. You got, who is it? Chris Wallace sure went to war on him this last week, and
but he's fake.
What's his name? Seb or whatever. Anyway, the point being, I don't think that Trump is going to have any friends in the media before too long.
He's not supposed to, but he's not supposed to have friends in the media.
No, it's supposed to be an adversarial media.
That's right.
Free adversarial media who challenges them every step of the way. And what we're seeing is an example of regulatory capture, journalistic capture, because media outlets are now being afraid to report about Trump for fear of losing access to him.
Yeah.
And this is a problem. It's a big problem, and it deprives you and it deprives me of our right to a free press, our First Amendment right to a free press. That doesn't mean they get to say what they want in media, because that is free speech. A free press means we get to have the right to have a press that's not manipulated by the state.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening right now. It's journalistic capture, regulatory capture, and it's chilling.
Didn't you read a book about what to worry about?
I did,
and
yeah.
This kind of capture was one of the worries.
It was one of the worries. Let me
it's a short,
dig up this book.
Was it a short story?
What should we worry about? Is the book What Should We Be Worried About? It's by John Brockman, but what it actually is about is this is actually a really cool book to read, and I would recommend it highly, guys. Let me go ahead and show you the cover. So, what should we be worried about is the book. Should we be worried about pocket sixes? Nah. And the author is John Brockman, but he's not really the author. He's the editor.
Wait, he had ace. What did you have? Ace Jack, that hand.
Yeah.
And Jack. you had. What did you have?
Pair of nines.
Pair of nines. Yeah.
So the book is this site edge.org poses a question to thousands of scientists: what should we be worried about? and thousands of scientists give their take on it. So each person contributes like a 3-page rundown of what they think we should be worried about. Gosh, I think that we're going to go for a little half-pot size bet here.
Do you remember what the board was for the
9, 7, 6, 5, king was the board. I still feel like we're ahead here. Well, let's check back. Maybe we can induce a bluff by positivity. That's a pretty good.
But I put too many cards there. 9, 6. Wait, 1, 2.
And you know what? This is actually really good for us to go ahead and try to go for a value bet here, because he can put us on 8 9s and he can put us on 5 6s. So he actually might even hero call us with an ace high. Yeah, sure enough. What did he have? Ace jack. So he called us with ace high.
But back to the book here. Are you? Did you link? Are you showing them what the book is? It's about, if you guys have nothing to worry about, you should read this book because it will fucking make you paranoid.
Well, there are a couple people who say, "Oh, what, me worry?" There are a couple people who say that we should worry about worry itself. There's a couple of like chapters that are hard to read because they're so fluffy.
There was one that you made me read, and I just couldn't get through it.
Because I thought it was the worst chapter.
It was the worst chapter. I forget which sociologist. It was a sociologist person.
It was either a sociologist or anthropologist, which honestly are quickly becoming the same thing.
Well, it was like very difficult to read because the use of their big words, their bigly words, just made it difficult, and you had to stop and like process every fucking word, and you were like, what is it? So basically, I think they were basically saying, I think it was a piece about sexism and feminism. I think what it was about, I don't remember,
was how I think what it was about was how people are worried about are being too politically correct in science, where they're afraid to say things.
Oh, yeah, that's right. When they're afraid to say things like women aren't as strong as men, when in fact men are stronger. It's just a fact, guys.
This is why
sorry to help you. Sorry to hurt your feelings.
Separate medals for women runners and
that's
men
right.
runners.
And
that's why we have a WNBA.
Yeah, that's right. And that's another controversial thing that I just remembered. Didn't like a transgender.
Actually, let's go ahead and make the call here instead of making a raise. I'm kind of thinking maybe by making the call, we can induce regulator or sugar ray to make a shove where ace queen is a pretty big favorite.
Do you have ace queen?
Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty good hand for ace queen.
Kind of.
Kinda. You're right, because it's like there's a lot of crazy shit going on there.
But I mean, yeah, I think it should be a good hand for ace queen. I don't really like that positivity decided to make the call there. I'm a little bit worried that we're behind ace king. I'm even worried about like a jack 10.
Yeah, the jack 10 I would be afraid of.
Also worried about kings here.
Well, good. You bet enough to scare everybody out.
Kind of surprised because they were both pretty short. I'm kind of surprised that we took that without having to see a turn card.
Me too. Yeah, Aces of Wizards says journalists need to be more objective, less clickbait statements to draw their audience.
I completely agree with you, Ace of Wizards. I've actually stopped going to CNN, their homepage now, because I'm just too tired of the clickbait.
But we live in a clickbait. This is a clickbait era, guys. I mean, you were just saying that the girl that on YouTube, Hobo Anna, whatever her name is, writes her titles awesome. And that's why.
Yeah, but it's not clickbait. It
is.
She has a video called "Top 10 Places to Sleep When You're Living in Your Car," and her video is actually about the top 10 places to sleep while she's living in her car. It's not like this information might save your life one day. You know, it's not like that.
Sure. Okay. Fine.
It's not like you won't believe what the media isn't reporting about Trump.
Yeah, okay, fine. But would you? But does her clickbait, or does it have a picture of her?
Yep.
Then it's clickbait.
How is it?
Because it's like a hot. You said she was a cute little blonde. I don't know if she's blonde. She's a cute little girl.
She actually dyed her hair gray.
Okay, she's a gray hair.
She's gray
and
hair.
she's like cute, and it's like, I mean, and that's fine. What I'm saying is, it's fine. It's fine because that's the society, that's the era we live in, where pretty things will attract people to click it. It just does.
The difference between what she's doing and clickbait that CNN's doing is when you're clicking on a clickbait story on CNN, you're clicking to figure out what the story is about.
Okay.
With hers, you're getting exactly what she's telling you you're getting. So it's not clickbait.
So if she just said that without putting her pictures, you'd still watch it?
It's like clickbait would be a video with her looking like she's taking off her shirt with the headline,
I don't know how it looked
"You
like.
won't believe where I slept last night."
That's a good one, though.
You know, that's clickbait.
And I like that. But why why didn't she use that? I think that's a good. I don't know. Like I said, we're living in the era of clickbait, and I think that there's
I think Exmoa down there would actually do clickbait articles.
I would
that
do
would be like,
articles.
"You won't believe what we found at this restaurant in Vegas."
I would be like, "You won't believe what Bad Beats Dutch has to tell us." I think it's all right. I don't know. I feel like, but I do feel, I mean, in certain things, but I do feel like that Wall Street Journal and CNN and things like that should probably stay away from that kind of stuff because they're supposed to be news. News is supposed to be boring.
Journalism is a profession. It's not. It's not supposed to be like advertising. A journalist is supposed to have a responsibility to the truth, and a responsibility to the people that they're informing. And I feel like we're losing that it's becoming more like an entertainment.
But,
like people who are producing the news at this point are producing the news like they are producing, The Walking Dead episodes.
But what if it's like this
Tune in next week to find out what happens
exactly.
to Negan.
It's like Trump, like the Trump phenomenon is a continuing dialogue.
The thing is, the reason why the press
But we just got
has
200 bits.
No kidding. Gildox.
Gildox in the Hay House.
You won't believe who just donated.
You won't believe how much he donated.
Gildox, thanks for those bits. The bit cheers. I really appreciate it.
We should, you know what? This is what we should do from now on. Before every stream, we should have clickbait as our title.
we definitely could probably
That's
do
what we
better
should
on
fucking do.
YouTube
I mean,
if we
effing do.
clickbaited our... When I look at like
We should.
our
We should.
best videos...
They are the clickbait ones.
They're the ones like... I had a video where I titled...
So horrible.
Poker Pro loses $10,000 flip. And that's like the thing that people want to see the most.
But I guess maybe it's...
And it was a $10,000
I guess
flip.
maybe
But it's not clickbait because it is what
maybe,
it is. It's B. Schriever and me getting it all heads up for a WSOP main event.
I guess we shouldn't call it clickbait. It's more like a... what do they call those titles? Just...
sensationalism. I don't know.
Good titling. I don't know. There's a term for it. I know. It's just not... It's on the tip of my tongue.
Well, I don't go to CNN anymore. Now I'm going to New York Times, the failing New York Times.
I don't go on. I you know what? I just go to Trump's Twitter and I just fucking bite my nails every time I do.
Yeah. Got Jeff Gross chilling out in the stream. Good to see you, man. Good luck. Always good to see a fellow streamer and fellow poker grinder.
I don't know what they call. I think you learn how to. I mean, in like literature, you learn how to make good titles. That's what you learn how to do.
I know the word you're looking for.
What is the word?
Juicy.
Juicy story. How to make a juicy story by Exmoa and Dutchmoa. And Touch.
Reminds me of that Charlotte's Web scene with Templeton.
Crispy.
Scrumptious.
We all learned how to do freaking one-liner clickers on fucking Charlotte's Web, man. That's why. It's all coming into fruition.
No, this is why it's important. This is why they owe it to us. Is because the major news stations, mainstream media, they get free airwaves. That's basically what happened. The FCC said, okay, you can have these airwaves for free. You can broadcast ABC News and CBS News and NBC News for free over these airwaves. because those airwaves don't belong to them. The radio frequencies and it doesn't belong to them. The airspace does not belong to CNN, but they get to broadcast over their satellites through the public airspace for free, as long as they gave to the public a certain amount of news, and that was the agreement that they made with the FCC, and now they're really letting us down. People saw journalism as like a real profession.
But now it's like because of the advent of internet.
I feel like now it's just becoming because
there's so much information.
It's becoming like
people are fighting for their minds. They're fighting
like
for your minds. They're fighting for the attention.
It's like,
and they have to compete.
What qualifies you to be a journalist? It's like it used to be. Oh, I studied journalism.
You know what it is? It's like a bunch of
I got a bachelor's degree in journalism. I got a bachelor's degree in communications. Now it's I got a bachelor's degree in marketing, and it's like, well, come on board.
But you know what
now
it's like?
I have 2 million subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah.
Come on board.
But it's like
you're an editor of Breitbart now.
It's like being in a club, right, with all these girls, and they have to do something extra so people will pay attention to them.
You're reading a book right now by a real journalist.
I know. I want to go to his website, the Intercept.
Speaking of
Breitbart, that's what we should look at.
editors.
The Intercept. I didn't.
Milo Yiannopoulos was on Bill Maher the other day, and Jeremy.
Oh, he got me owned.
It's Scahill, right? That's how you say
Scahill.
his last name. Yeah. How do you pronounce Jeremy Scahill?
Is that the Intercept? Green God.
Who I gotta tell you had one of my absolute favorite Bill Maher scenes, where it was him and where it was Leno. He was talking about the book he published about the mercenary group. Let me find this.
You should be a clickbait titler, because that was a really good.
Scahill.
That was a really good
I don't know if that's
thumbnail one.
Scahill. Is that what that guy said? Maybe it's Scahill. Jeremy Scahill. Maybe.
I'm sure somebody enunciates it correctly in on a YouTube video. I'm sure if you just look for him on the YouTube and he gets introduced.
Let me show you one of my
does a lot of interviews.
Favorite scenes. Well, it doesn't look like I can find the single scene. Jeremy he wrote a book about the mercenary group. Let's see, Scahill books.
Black. I think it was a 13 or.
What was it called? It was called Blackwater.
Blackwater.
He rise the world's most powerful mercenary army, where he basically outs the corruption that's happening with Blackwater. I mean, these guys are scary dudes who are mercenaries, and Leno. He's on Bill Maher talking about the book, and Jay Leno looks at him and he goes, "How are you not dead right now?"
Yeah.
And he said it in kind of a funny way, but it was also like, that's a fucked up thing to say. I wish I could find it, but all I can find is the whole episode. Wow, so positivity, firing out half pot. We're going to go ahead and make the call here instead of making a raise. A top pair of top kickers should be good.
Hey, you should change your title. The chat says to you'll never. What were they saying? They said that you'll never guess what Exima is wearing today.
CF4.
Oh shit! Sorry,
sorry,
babe. I was paying attention to the chat here. That sucks.
Rooting for the wrong out.
Yeah.
How embarrassing. It's not as embarrassing as if the 4 does come and I start celebrating, though. That's the best, is when you see somebody still losing the hand. It's like, I forgot. I have top pair versus top 2, not an over pair versus top 2. I'm tired.
Isn't there a song that one by that group about fighting for your mind? What is it? The one about the flowbots?
There is, yeah.
How's the song go? I can make a something. It's been a long time. Since
They did the
I've heard that
Handlebar song, but that's not the one where they're
fighting for your mind.
They have this woman.
Oh, I can ride a
quote.
bike with no handlebars. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
That's not it, though, is it?
Well, that's not the song you're thinking about, but that is the band.
Okay.
And that is their one.
But they
hit.
do have a song about it, right? Hey,
They
Golok.
do.
What's up? Oh, gosh, guys. If you guys haven't watched that, the Bill Maher and Milo, you guys should. I really thought it was freaking great. You know, I think Milo has a really big ego, and he's on a pedestal where he doesn't have anyone really talking back at him. So it's kind of hard for people to understand, because when you see him on YouTube, he's talking to people rather than debating with some person.
Do you agree with Poker Fun? Milo owned them. He didn't get pwned.
I don't agree with you at all. Especially,
I feel like they treated him like he was a little kid.
he was a little kid. I feel like that too. You know, Milo is the type of person that just has an answer for everything, and he just rambles and rambles and rambles on until everyone else is convinced that he's right, because he's not. I mean, when he was talking about the transgenders being the sexually harassed thing, or their victim.
He said that they're way more involved statistically
in sexual crime because they're the victims.
It turns out that is true, because they're
the victims.
way more likely
So
to be the victims,
he's
not
actually,
the perpetrators.
yeah,
so
he's
he
actually
is lying. Basically,
yeah, basically lying, saying that using that information, just the first part of the statistic, to justify his argument, but not giving detail to the actual statistic.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just the way he is, though. You know, I mean, and that's the way he's learned to debate with people.
I didn't really feel like he came off that well in the Bill Maher show. I feel like Bill Maher was super nice to him.
Really nice to him.
Overly nice to him. And I think it was because Bill knew that it was such a hostile audience for Milo.
Yeah.
You know, like Bill Maher's audience is about as, you know, these are the same people who were protesting at Berkeley, is basically what it is. They're as liberal as it gets.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so I feel like Bill Maher didn't want it to seem like everybody was ganging up on Milo.
Yeah, and Milo is the unfortunate thing about Milo is that he could be he's a likable person.
But I mean, to say that Milo owned them, not the other way around, it's like, were we even watching the same show? Because I didn't really feel like there was any owning going on, really. Let's go for a check raise.
Yeah, I agree. I agree there. I just think that it was kind of like a balance of intellects, but I feel like Milo was. I mean, the guys that the two other guys that were on Bill Maher's show, I don't know their names, but I feel like they were more seasoned as intellectuals in that whole debate. I feel like they were smarter, just factually. I think Milo has a set of false headlines or false statistics where he doesn't give the details. So it isn't like the transgender thing. It's a fact that transgender are more involved in sexual crimes, but he doesn't give the details, and because he talks with such confidence.
But he said it as a lie, because he said it as if they are
he
perpetrating the crime.
Exactly. He said it like
than other people.
Exactly. He says it like,
which I'm pretty sure is a lie.
Yeah.
So he's actually lying.
Yeah, he's definitely using it falsely. I mean,
It's just one example.
Yeah.
You know, and when he says stuff like, I would never hire somebody who was gay.
He says it as a feeler.
He says it funny.
He says it, but he says it as a feeler.
But he's not saying it as a joke.
Yeah,
he says it in a funny way, but I think that he's saying it completely truthfully, because I don't think that he would hire somebody.
I don't think so. I think he says it as a sarcasm because he says it in a way where his base likes it, because he's like, yeah, they're like, because the homophobia base likes it.
Yeah.
But they justify their homophobia saying that they like him. It's just very complicated spider web of sarcasm and like feeling out and people thinking that he's smarter than he is.
By the way, guys, we're going to go on break, but before we do, I want to respond to Sensitive Tony's question. He says, "Do you think it makes a difference psychologically to raise preflop to an odd number, such as 1237, instead of 1200? So I don't think so, sensitive Tony. I actually think that if you aren't doing it automatically, like I see a lot of people set their pre-flop slider bar to a certain percentage, so it spits out weird digits at the end. If you're not having that, having that amount already set before you make it, I think that you actually end up falling into patterns which could end up hurting you. Bet sizing patterns are one of the most reliable ways that you can put somebody on a hand. So I think that but as long as you're consistent, I don't think it's going to hurt you, except that it might trigger somebody into reading you for weakness when they otherwise wouldn't, which isn't really what you should be shooting for. So it could end up inducing aggressive plays against you that you don't want. But the plus side of it is that it makes their math a little bit harder in their head, right? So if someone's trying to come up with, well, what's 2.5x of 1200? It's a lot easier to say, okay, 3000, then what's 2.5x of 1237? And then you're like, oh, 3074 and 17 and 3091. And that starts getting like confusing to them, and so they maybe waste some brain cells trying to come up with the right multiple when you add add those crazy extra digits. If you are going to add the crazy extra digits, just make sure you do it every time and make sure that it's not just kind of on the whim, because if you do it on the whim, you're going to fall into patterns that can come back and really bite you in the ass. And I don't really like doing it because I think it ends up inducing aggressive action in response that I don't really want, which makes me think about a poker clinic topic that I am kind of going back and forth about maybe actually doing the next poker clinic video on. I'm going to have to discuss it with the Patreons. The question is, it's about table image. The question is, suppose you could design a table image for yourself. What kind of table image would you want to have? Because I think it's an interesting question that people are all over the place on. And I'm kind of surprised at how many people have different answers than I have on this one. So, hey, guys, we're going to be back in a minute and 20 seconds. JD Cole, by the way, speaking of Patreon supporters, thank you very much for actually being one of my 2 Patreon supporters on these Poker Clinic videos. Because of you that I might actually do it again. So I appreciate that. And I am going to have to, oh, my gosh, poker fun. What are you talking about? Milo was correct. Mar needs to invite higher IQ guests. He did. And the guest wouldn't show up because he didn't want to have anything to do with promoting Milo. Jeremy Scales about as high IQ as it gets, about as courageous as it gets. I'm kind of curious as to who took Jeremy's place because he backed out, and all 3 of those guys seem like they have plenty high IQs. As soon as Milo starts getting into an IQ measurement contest with the guests, it feels like, wow, you've lost, man, you've lost. Anyway, we'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. You know what? I don't think our stream labels are working.
Huh? You don't think our what?
I don't think our stream labels are working.
What do you mean? Our labels?
Yeah, on the because it says TSC Talcum is our last subscriber, but I don't think he is our last subscriber.
Okay. Yeah, probably. Well, we'll have to figure it out.
Pretty sure Artha9 was our last subscriber, so thank you, Artha. And hey, big shout out to all of you resubs. That's Kiwi, Timo 3004, Sodshant. You guys are awesome. Hello, 23 months, says Sodshant. I have a feeling that there's something wrong with the Twitch API because I don't remember getting the alerts either. Oh well. Positive9. Positive9. What? How do you even say that? That's a weird one. You need a little Rosetta Stone to decipher that. Positivity is what we're gonna say. Making the min raise. Crook making the 3-bet 4x the raise. Huh. Yeah, Crook is crazy. Crook takes very crazy lines. I have your 3-bet with 4-2 suited and then called my 4-bet. So, Crook takes some crazy lines. This might be the guy who was playing the 7-4 in the Venetian today. By the way, Nightbot, thank you very much for reminding everybody to hit that follow button. Guys, if you're new to the stream and you're not following the stream, why not? It doesn't cost you anything. Just click on that follow button. Do me a favor. It's worth your time. It should be worth a follow. It doesn't take any effort at all. So do me a favor, hit that follow button, and help us get that follow count up. All right, making the raise, getting called, and flop. We get the ace jack 5. I think I will go ahead and fire out a continuation bet here. There's enough draws that I think can continue. Kind of worried about our kicker problems here. I mean, we could be up against like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king. A little bit worried about that. But I think there's just as many combinations of draws that I don't really want to give free cards to. Well, now I guess that we hope we're up against a weaker ace here, like ace 6 suited. Let's see what Roman does. Makes the check back. I don't know. We're ahead of King Jack. We're ahead of Queen Jack. We're ahead of the weaker aces, except if he has ace 7.
Well, you're doing good now. Bunny fish. It's funny. That's right.
Bill O'Reilly got offered a prescription. That's pretty funny.
A what? For what? I didn't read that part. I was reading the other one. Oh, wait. I watched Fox. It's funny. Yeah, you know. But it's good. You know what? I think it's good having both points of view, though. You know, I understand where Milo is trying to come from, I think. I think what he's trying to say is that people are too sensitive, but I don't think they are. I think he's making it an issue, because I feel like there's a lot of comedians who are offensive. C.K. Lewis is offensive. Patton Oswalt can be offensive. South Park is offensive. So it's like he's making an issue where that it's not there, in my opinion. Milo is. I mean,
Milo's not a comedian.
He's a troll. He's a professional troll. That's what he considers himself.
He's supposed to be a journalist.
Well, he considers himself a professional troll, so he can like separate himself from that journalistic integrity that he's supposed to have. That's how he justifies his behavior.
When Louis C.K. makes a joke that people get offended by, usually he's making a pretty strong commentary on something that is very wrong with the world. I'm reminded of his SNL monologue where he made some jokes about pedophilia.
I didn't
and
see
pedophiles.
that. I didn't see that monologue. Was it good?
Can I show
just
it?
tell me it really quick. No, just show it to me.
There's no way that I would be able to deliver it like Louis C.K.
No, I'll watch it later.
So
I don't want to offend everybody.
Can we watch it, please?
No, we don't. I mean,
roll the tape.
I don't think people would want. I mean, do you think the people would want to see that? I mean, you've seen it. Is it going to offend everybody?
It's so funny.
It's funny.
And what he is saying, it goes.
I haven't really seen it, so home. I don't know what it's about. So.
I mean, he is very subtly making a strong argument against free will.
Oh,
the
is that right?
nature of punishment. It is amazing.
All right, I'll listen to it
later. We're going to run the tape.
Okay, run it.
I insist.
Now, you guys watching it, don't be too sensitive now, because this is exactly why Milo is debating. So, or going about that's his social justice. That's his cause. Against the social justice warriors, which we need. We do need social justice warriors, guys. We do need people to shame people for bad behavior.
Let's see if this is the actual...
And that goes for you, Milo.
The actual monologue. And yeah, if we get muted, it's okay.
I think they only mute that part, though. But they can take copyright claim, though, Dutch.
It's all right. I hope this is the whole thing.
Probably not it, dude. It sounds like you're doing like a news thing.
It's an ad. We'll click back when the ad is over.
See, now I'm hearing ads. Yes,
skip the ad. God, skip the ad.
AceCape9479. Do you do Hearthstream anymore? Yeah, we just did a Hearthstone. Me and Dutch did an arena run, and we got owned last week. It sucked. You know, it makes me feel like Dutch doesn't know how to play arena. I'm just teasing. Is this it?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, we're gonna listen to a monologue, or we're gonna watch it. Probably get some copyright infringing. That's the cause that Milo should be fighting. Copyright cause. How it's ridiculous. Maybe Milo figures out that there's no God and he does become the next Christopher Hitchens.
Okay, listen.
That'd be the dream.
It's very good.
Stop. Hi. It's a little early for that.
I hope this is really funny, Dutch.
Well, thank you very much for being here. This is the 40th year of this show's existence, and this is the finale, so I'm very honored, honestly, to be asked to host it. So thanks, and I'm glad you guys are here. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, I was born in 1967, and so I grew up in the 70s. So I'm not racist. However, I do have mild racism. It's the best I could do coming out of the 70s, because that was a very racist decade. People said racist things all the time, and nobody got offended. The only time somebody got offended if you said something racist in the 70s is when they would then say, hey, you interrupted me. I was saying something racist. Why did you... So I have mild racism. It's benign. It's not aggressive. It's not even negative racism. It's mild racism. I'll give you an example. Okay, like if I go to a pizza place I've never been to before, and it's run by 4 black women, I'll go like, See, it's very mild. It's
mild racism.
You'll know.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't usually see that 4 black women running a pizza place. Unless it's called 4 Black Girls Pizza or something like that. Like that's the whole point of the place. It's mild. Here's another example of mild racism. If I say I'm in a hospital and the doctor comes in to treat me and the doctor's from China or India, I'll think, well, good.
Louis C.K.'s great. He is.
Very mild racism. Here's another example. If I'm in a gas station late at night and a young man comes in wearing a hooded sweatshirt, if he's white, I'll think, oh, he's an athlete. If he's black, unless he has a big smile on his face, then I become mildly racist, and this is what I think. That's fine. Everything's fine.
Really?
No, of course I'm fine. Why did I even think that for a second? This is because I was raised in the 70s. The 70s were a very different time. The 70s, everything was different in the 70s than it is now. Except the Middle East is exactly the same. It's exactly the same as it was in the 70s. It's been the same fights, and you know what? It's boring now. That's the worst part of it. When I was a kid, we were like, ugh, but you can't go like this for like 1,000 years. After a while, when you fight, people don't care, because when you're just both, you just keep fighting.
Nice hand.
Everybody's like, those guys are dicks, they just fight. That's what it's like. You know, like I have 2 kids, and they fight sometimes. And when they first start fighting, I get concerned. I go in the room, I'm like, hey, what's going on? What's wrong? Why are we having some feelings? Can we listen to each other, please? Can we please just listen to each other? Okay, you go first. And then she goes, she's like, yeah, that sounds hard. Okay, thank you. Okay, now you. Because I like this one a little more. So
How long is this?
A few more minutes.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking.
4.5 minutes.
Oh, that's not so bad.
and they work it out. You help them work it out. But if they keep fighting, you stop doing that. After a while, you just go in the room and you just go, hey, just shut up. Both of you, you're both wrong. Because you won't stop fighting. You're in a family. There's other people in this family, and you're being a couple of selfish little bitches that won't fix anything. You share a room. We can't afford another room, so just deal with it. Somehow this has to do with Israel and Palestine. I don't know what's happening. Because my kids are like Israel and Palestine. And I'm like America. The little one's like Palestine because she always gets screwed. She gets the worst. She's like, she threw a rock in my face. I'm like, you're fine. You have a great life. You get to take a rock to the face once in a while. You're fine. The older one is like Israel. She comes up to me. She burnt all my dolls. I'm like, look, I can't do anything about it right now. Your sister is crazy. Please don't make me talk to her. I'll work it out, you and me, okay? We'll go out. I'll buy you a really cool missile. And you what can you do with it? Totally up to you. The 70s were very different. In the 70s, there was a child molester that lived in my hometown. And it wasn't a big deal. It was like, we caught a child molester. It was just like, yeah, that's the house where the child molester lives. He lives where, hey, kids, don't be stupid or you'll get molested. Just stay away from the child molester house. I know because he did something to me when I was your age. So just stay away from the child molester house. We had a town child molester. His name was Jean-Baptiste. It's a true story. He liked teenage boys. That's when you would find out, because I was a teenage boy. He didn't like me. I felt a little bad. Like, no, not you. It wasn't.
Not you. You?
When he would drive up next to teenage boys, and he'd say, hello, would you like to go to McDonald's? And you're like, no. And he's like, well, you don't like McDonald's? And then you're trapped, because of course everybody likes McDonald's. And then I had one friend who used to get in the car and be like, sure, I'll go. And he'd get in the car. He'd go to McDonald's and eat a burger, and then he'd say, see ya. And he'd just take off. And Jean-Baptiste was like, oh, that child. And again, but he'd always try. Maybe this time.
You should make it so people can see the stage. Or
Here it is. Here it is.
They love me.
You hear that? Child molesters, because child molesters are very tenacious people. This is when it starts right here.
Okay.
Because child molesters are very tenacious people.
Can you make it so people can see the
molesting childs. It's crazy. It's like their favorite favorite thing. I mean, it's so crazy because when you consider the risk in being a child molester, speaking not of even the damage you're doing, but the risk, there's no worse life available to a human than being a caught child molester. And yet they still do it, which you can only really surmise that it must be really good. I mean, from their point of view, not ours, but from their point of view, it must be amazing for them to risk so much.
Why do you think that's? I don't think it's that funny.
How do you think I feel? It's my last show, probably. Look, I can't key into it because I love mountain spars. I love mountain spars. It's my favorite thing, right? But there's a limit. I mean, I can't even eat a mountain spar and do something else at the same time. That's how much I love it. Like, if I'm eating a mountain spar, I can't read.
People people. They can't see the board.
I have to just sit there with it in my mouth and go, why is this so good? I love this so much. And because they are delicious. And yet, if somebody said to me, if you eat another mountain spar, you'll go to jail and everybody will hate you, I would stop eating them. Because they do taste delicious, but they don't taste as good as a young boy does.
I don't know if it's that funny, Dutch, honestly. People that are pedophiles are sick people, Dutch.
I think that's his point, baby. His point
yeah,
is
but
not
but
that...
you smoke. I mean, people smoke pot at the
my
risk
gosh.
of going to jail. I mean, that.
Did you find that offensive?
No, I found it kind of
find it
long and
offensive?
kind of long and winded, and it blocks.
His whole point,
but it blocks the.
Is that they're not making like a rational choice. His whole point is that of course they're sick in the head. Of course they're sick in the head.
I know, but you could have just said that
That's
rather
his
than
whole
watch
point.
the
He's
whole
making
monologue.
a very profound social commentary on the nature of free will, on the nature of punishment itself. And people get offended because it's like he's making light of child molestation.
Well, here, speaking of child, but listen. Speaking of child molestation, and it's not really making light. I can understand the comedy of it, but we could have discussed it. I mean, without watching it. I mean, I feel like it was really long to get to a point, which I understand. The funniest thing about it was the French guy trying to molest him. That was the funniest part, and the rest of it was like meh, you know. But I mean,
I thought the funniest part.
I saw how laughter it was.
When he was talking about child molesters are a very tenacious people.
I think it's kind of fucked up, dude. Honestly, I mean, whatever.
It is fucked up.
You know what it reminds me of? I love watching To Catch a Predator because I think that's fucked up. I think it's good, but it's fucked up. It is fucked up because it ruins people's lives because they're splattered on TV. But when you watch that one guy was like 3 times he was like baited into Catch a Predator, like 3 different times by Chris Hansen.
This is twice.
Are you sure it wasn't 3 times?
Yeah. He got caught
I don't know, but it should have been 3.
The second time he was like, oh, no, not again.
Which is funny. But, whatever. I mean, he's obviously mentally handicapped or something. But speaking of child molesting and pedophilia, guess what?
What?
So, Scheinman and Schuster canceled the book deal from Milo.
No.
Because he just had this Sunday, tonight, he just had a viral video go around condoning pedophilia.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, he did a. I haven't watched the video, but it's an article, the Daily Beast, and they canceled it after consideration. They canceled his book deal because of this viral video saying that pedophilia, I guess, is okay. But if you guys follow any of Milo's talks, Joe Rogan did a really good interview with him, and Joe Rogan did Joe Rogan's a pretty good interviewer, but he pretty much analyzed the crap out of Milo, and Milo was molested by a Catholic priest when he was young, and he thinks that it's okay because he liked the priest. But in actuality, he was a victim, but he uses that victimization as him giving the priest permission, I guess, to do that sexual whatever encounter that he had. He actually, Milo turns it around and saying that he liked the priest, you know. So it's kind of like the Stockholm thing, or when you fall in love with your captor type situation. Anyway, so I don't know what the Milo viral video went out. It just came out, and it just, I guess he he condones pedophilia, which is really bad. So they dropped his book just now. I mean, 5 hours ago.
That is pretty bad. And you compare it to what Louis
It was like a
C.K.
250,000
did in his monologue. Louis C.K. is not condoning pedophilia.
That's right.
You know, he's making a biting social commentary about the fact that, like, these people aren't making rational choices. Nobody who's right in the head is, you know, a child pedophile.
Yeah. No, and it's not that I'm triggered because of I think Louis C.K. is funny. I just feel like that joke is just not funny.
You didn't think it was funny?
I just don't think that. I mean,
oh my gosh,
it's intellectually, so it's not like hilariously funny. It's more like a.
Delicious, by the way. Thank you so much.
It's not a
resub, man.
It's not an intellectual funny, or it's not like a hilarious funny, in my opinion. I mean, it's funny to think about because it's true, but it's not like. It's one of those honest things because it's true what he's saying that. They're sick in the head, you know.
Well, it begs the question: why would anybody choose that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And it makes you realize no one is choosing that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's actually a pretty profound statement about the whole nature of free will.
But usually, punishment. And I believe that usually, I mean, I don't have the statistics here, so I'm not saying that it's true or not. But usually, people who get sexual harassed or that are pedophiles were victims.
Is
themselves. Yeah, and so
they have like a systemic molestation problem in the Catholic Church because priests were molested when they were altar boys and they grow up to be the molesters.
Yeah,
and it's just
and it's also Jerry Standusky. I think his son just got in trouble for molesting a kid.
Yeah. So when Milo says something, he's not telling a joke. He's saying it in a funny way. But he's not actually offering any sort of social commentary.
No,
about whether it's okay to hire gays or not. He's not actually like saying it in a funny way. He's not a comedian. He's a journalist, and he just says offensive things. You know, not because they're funny. Even though sometimes the way he says it, the delivery is kind of funny because it's so outrageous. But it's not. It's not funny in the same way that I think setting up a joke and setting up a very strong social commentary where, you know, it makes you question things. Instead, it just turns everybody off.
Who?
Milo.
Yeah. Milo doesn't question things. He says it like fact.
He
says it like a fact. Like, yeah. I'm sure that this pedophile video is like a fact that this and this and this and this. But and he rants off statistics, you know. But I mean, it's not good to molest children. It's fucked up. And
yeah.
I can understand. I mean, maybe and you know, I can understand where Louis C.K. is coming.
He's a father of 2.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand where he's coming from.
Not going to disagree with
I just
that.
don't. I think it's funny, but I don't think it's as hilarious as you think it
is. So funny, and I'll tell you, it got so much public backlash.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think it's, and I don't think it's that big of a deal either.
The next day were, you know, for the next week was, did Louis C.K. go too far? You had a whole bunch of people, like a girl on The View kept on going off about how it is never appropriate to joke about child molestation.
No, I don't think he went too far. I just don't think it was hilarious. I mean, I think it's good that it opens a dialogue on mental. What we need to do as a country is work on why people are mental like that.
And I don't know,
or have that Louis brain damage.
You know, monologue on SNL for me works, whereas Felix Schneider, PewDiePie's, you know, joke about the Fiverr doesn't work. I don't know why, why Louis is so funny and, you know, PewDiePie and Milo aren't. You know, I don't know the answer to that.
Who's so funny?
I don't know why I think Louis C.K. is so funny, and I don't think PewDiePie is really that funny when he does things like, let's push the envelope on Fiverr. You know, I feel like, you know, the point he was making was a valid social point, like a social commentary, and he could have delivered in a very funny way. He didn't. It just wasn't a very funny joke, the PewDiePie joke.
What do you mean his joke? That wasn't a joke about the Fiverr.
Thing,
that wasn't a joke though. That was a social experiment to see. That wasn't a
Trying to make it
joke.
kind of-
That wasn't a joke, because a joke is like what Louis C.K. actually sat down and thought about this joke and wrote it. And this is what he's with the whole PewDiePie thing. It was just like, this is the idea. We'll see what happens. So I don't think that's a fair. I don't think that's a fair thing. But no, I mean, I understand. Where I don't think it's that big of a deal either, though. I don't think it was that funny, and I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Hey, we got.
I mean, but he is funny. I like him. He's funny.
Good to see you, Dan. Hope to actually see you in person here pretty soon.
Is that what it's called? Transgeneral. Oh.
Well, this is what I would say. Simon & Schuster backing out of his publishing deal.
Yeah.
Well, someone else will take the reins on that, because the more press and controversy Milo stirs up, the more of a success his book Dangerous is going to eventually be.
I guess. He could just, you know what, he should just self-publish. He should just go on Amazon and self-publish himself, make his own. You know what? He probably will. He can probably do that. He works for Breitbart. They can probably just publish it under Breitbart's publishing or whatever. Oh, I guess he backed out of saying that. I don't really. I'll have to watch the video, and I have to see what his reaction was. Because now he's backing up, I guess, saying he's disgusted by people who. We'll see. I mean, it's hard to tell with the guy. You don't know where he's coming from. Hey, Bobby.
Bobby Big Buy-In, good to see you. What's up, crew? Guess what? I'm getting droned.
Good.
I'm getting droned.
That's awesome.
What'd you do, man?
Speaking of drones, I'm reading a book about droning.
What is it? What is the drone book you're reading?
The Assassination Complex. It's by a real journalist. How do you say his name again? I'm not gonna even attempt it.
I always thought it was Jeremy Scahill, but
Jeremy Scahill.
AI pronunciation bot is telling me Scahill.
Scahill.
Jeremy Scahill, which I'm not so sure about.
But it's really good. But it also, Edward Snowden writes a piece in it, and it's about how they have this drone technology where they want to have solarized drones in the sky that they can put any kind of information, so they can like see where you're at via cell phone at all times in America. That could be the future, where they have these drones that are operated and they're constantly like flying.
Bobby. It's not funny, dude. It's not funny.
That's funny. That's funny. That's funny because he's like saying it's funny in the tone of.
He wasn't even here for the Louis C.K. He didn't even know. He didn't even know we were talking about it. No,
that's funny. But yeah.
Isn't PewDiePie Felix Schneider? Isn't that his?
That's his real name. Yeah,
Or is Felix Schneider a poker player? Now that I think about it, I don't know.
Felix, or is like Felix? I don't know.
Not Felix Schneider. PewDiePie. Felix Kielberg, not Schneider. Kielberg. Felix Schneider is a poker player.
Oh, that is. Sorry.
Not Felix Schneider.
All Felix are from Sweden, guys.
Felix Kielberger.
Is that how you say his name? That's right, PewDiePie. So yeah, Bobby, I hope you have fun driving, steering that drone around. Mycon was selling drones here in Vegas for a while. He's really good at the drones and the videos, but he's in Antigua right now, so he moved.
I think those VR drones are pretty cool.
I haven't seen
People
those.
are setting up like VR cameras. You put the headset on, and you're controlling the drone, and it's like you are the drone. You can look around, and you're flying around.
That reminds me of a Portlandia. Remember that Portlandia where they
Where
where
they
they they couldn't go to the concert because they're like older and they're like, I don't want to go to this concert, but they can send a drone out to the concert. It was really funny.
And they wore a great big helmet.
Yeah, it was funny.
Very funny.
And it was like they were at the concert. That's the future, of like entertainment probably. I think it's more a future of entertainment than of games. I think that movies or whatever, like experiences. Vegas has a VR experience over at the Lynx where you can like pretend you're like doing something in VR.
Guess what they also have? They have a VR lounge at Caesar's Palace.
They also have the future. Do they have they have a VR lounge at Caesar?
At that little bar outside the club. It used to be like the Neptune bar or something like that. Right next to where the Pussycat Dolls would be dealing blackjack.
Okay.
They have a whole lounge set up where you can play with their Oculus Rifts.
Oh, that's cool.
Is
it free or is it
a drink? Yeah, it's free for customers with a drink in front of them.
No way, really.
Let's make the raise here against Crook. He could easily be setting us up for a shove here, or he could easily be, limping, raising. But I kind of feel like we're ahead of a pretty big part of his range. And the part of his range that we're not ahead of, we're not that far behind. The only hands that I'm really too worried about are ace, queen, and ace, jack, aces, kings, and queens, and jacks. Everything else, I'm not too worried about. So let's make the call here. That's what we were looking for. It's going to be pretty hard for him to win now.
Okay, good.
Gets it in there with the 7
I was
high.
holding my
make the
breath.
call with the queen high, and we're dominating him.
Jeez, Dutch. Good. Nice. I'm glad that you can break down your decision making with math. See, if I were playing, it'd just be like, I have a good feeling.
Well, it's very player dependent. But we know Crook is crazy like that. Worst Ever Poker says, hey Dutch, can you talk about the main hand that had you bust the tourney today? So the biggest one that really crippled me was a hand where I had jacks. I fired out a raise pre-flop, and the small blind called. Everyone else folded. So the flop came out 10-4-4, and the small blind led out. And to me, it really felt like he was leading out with a pocket pair. It didn't really feel to me like he had a 10. It was hard for me to really kind of, the donk lead always kind of throws me a little bit. Because I felt like he would slow play if he had a 4. He would maybe even think about check raising with a 10. I felt like he actually had a hand that was vulnerable to overcards, and he wanted to just go ahead and take it without having to fade a turn in a river. So when he fired out, I read him for a pocket pair. And I figured that my jacks were a huge favorite. And I also felt like he was not going to not give me value for my jacks. And I raised. And he went ahead and called. The turn came a queen. And he made the check. And I decided that if I wanted to represent a hand like ace-king, then what I needed to do here was go ahead and make the check back as well. If I was going to try to represent like ace-queen, or not ace-queen, ace-king or ace-jack specifically, I think that I would probably, that he would think that I would play those with a check on the turn. I still felt pretty confident that I had him drawn dead to 2 outs because I felt like he had a pocket pair, that he began the hand with a pocket pair. He was set mining. He didn't hit the set. So I went ahead and made the check. And the river came out just a random card, like a 3. And he fired out a bet, pretty decent sized bet, like 60% of the pot, and I made the call. And it turns out he had queens, so he turned the he turned the top set, He turned the full house, and I was drawn dead on the turn. And it was a tough one because it was like one of those spots where, you know, I had the overpair versus an overpair. The queen actually ended up chilling his action a little bit. It could have been much worse because if he would have raised pre-flop, I don't think that I'm getting away from jacks in the situation against a player that he was. If he would have just like shoved on the 10 high flop, I think that I'm probably calling him because I don't put him on a bigger pocket pair over jacks. I would have thought that he would have 3-bet, and he didn't. Instead, he elected to play out of position with queens, which I can understand the play. I don't think it's a bad play. It just kind of surprised me. I guess that he didn't have a 3-bet range there. All right.
Hey, Dutch, we have a question by Bobby Bubbles. He wanted to stop by to say hi, and he just wanted to ask if you had any advice for the WPT horse tournament he's playing tomorrow.
What's happening?
WPT horse tournament tomorrow?
Who's playing the WPT horse?
Bobby
tournament?
Bubbles.
Bobby Bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not sure what you're talking about, the live WPT horse tournament, because as far as I know, WPT only is the main event at these stops. So maybe it's a prelim at like LA or something.
Well, do you have any advice for the horse?
Yeah, sure. Let me think about it for a second.
Is there Raz and horse? No.
One thing that I would...
It's Hold'em, Omaha.
Hold'em,
Raz
Omaha,
is on
Raz,
it.
stud, and stud high low.
Raz and stud.
So it's a five game rotation.
Hey, where do you make the money at? Where do you usually make the money in your horse? When do you usually play? Raz, right? You wait for the Raz.
So what you have to understand about horse, Bobby Bubbles, is that certain games in the rotation have different weights. Game weight is what I would call it. The idea being that the pots in certain games in that rotation get heavier and bigger than other games in the rotation. Generally, what I see tend to happen in the mixed game rotations, like the horse, the 8-game, the 10-game mix, is that people overplay certain rounds because they're more familiar with that game. So people,
they stop playing in the other rounds, or they're very tight.
And they kind of tighten up in the games that they're not familiar with. Usually Raz, usually
Omaha,
the stud 8, usually the stud variants. So you don't let your VPIP get too high in any of the games that you're comfortable with. Don't overplay hands and Hold'em just because you're so much more familiar with Hold'em than you are Raz. Don't overplay hands in Omaha High Low if you have a lot of experience with Omaha High Low. Your edge in the horse tournaments are going to be in the big leaks that people have in certain games. So as long as you don't have any huge leaks in certain games, and usually those leaks are going to manifest themselves because you're playing too many hands pre-flop or on 3rd Street, then you're going to be able to usually have an edge in those fields. So if you're not familiar with all the games, Raz, Stud, and Stud 8, I would definitely recommend picking up Ken Lowe's book. He has a real nice chapter on Raz. He has a real nice chapter on Stud High Low. Stud High, there's been plenty of books on Stud High that I could recommend, but generally, the Stud High Low, and Raz are very similar to No Limit in tournaments in that. The hand really starts as a battle for those blinds and antes, and if there's somewhat of a chance that you can go ahead and take the pot without seeing a 4th Street, you should usually try to. But don't go overboard with bluffs and floats, and don't ever defend if you're the bring in Raz with a big face card.
Some people bring in. Some people defend though with a 10.
Plenty of people do.
With a king showing.
Plenty of people do. I see Helmuth do it all the time when I'm playing with him at the WSP. It doesn't mean that's right. You'll run it through a simulator and it'll show.
It's probably not right.
I guess like an ace 3 or a deuce 4 king is actually not that big of a dog. Gosh, we're gonna make the call here with top pair, top kicker. Drawn dead. But I think regulator could have like Jack 10 or Queen 10 or King 10. I think he could even have hands like 8, 9. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the call there. I kind of wonder why he would put so much. I I mean, if you're going to slow play a set of sevens, then go ahead and keep slow playing it there on the turn. All he does there with the shove is give me an opportunity to get off the hand when I don't have, like top pair, decent kicker, and overpair. I mean, if I had like ace king or ace queen, it's not like I'm ever calling that bet. So I kind of think it was kind of a donk raise there because, I guess maybe he's worried of a chill card coming out on the river, but really what he's worried about is having his set cracked to some random flush draw, which isn't really something he should be too worried about.
What is that sound? 19 months in a row.
Okay, we're going to make
From
the call
my
here with the queen 10.
turtle.
Check fold here. Down to 5 bigs. Pretty fucking rough. That ace 10 hand really was deflating. Big pot. Difference between 5 big blinds and 92 big blinds right there. But really didn't put him on jacks or queens or kings or aces. Really just kind of put him on a week or 10. Looking back on it, I'm thinking, okay, maybe he doesn't even have that. Maybe he has like a smaller pair, like pocket sixes or pocket eights, where he's trying to push me off of a 6-outer. I don't think he's bluffing, but I also don't really put him on a set there, because why would he try to push us off of the 6-outer? That is actually a 0-outer. Why would he want me to fold the ace queen or the overpair or anything? He shouldn't. It's like, oh, well, I know what Dutch has, and I know he's going to call, so I'll shove. I don't think that's what was going through his mind. I think what was going through his mind was set.
That's what I would go through in my head too. Let's see if he calls me. You still have chips though, Dutch. It's a climb though. That's what poker's all about. The tournament things is all about going up and down and being in the middle and being low and high. Hopefully we'll be more higher than we are low though.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Looks shitty. 5 bigs. That's not where we want to be. We're dead last in this thing right now. We're gonna need some help. We're actually kind of to the point where we don't have fold equity if we.
Yeah, you have to find a good hand to shove, because people are going to be all these people are going to call you.
Yeah, all of them. Hopefully, we'll find a spot where we can.
We need to believe, guys. Clap your hands to believe.
Do you believe in fairies, Michelle?
I believe in hands.
Fairy dust right here. Fairy dust, Jack 10. Yeah, it looks like some fairy dust to me. Especially knowing that we're probably going to get called with any 2. Well, not anymore. You check, I check.
Oh, you don't have Ken Low on here.
Is going to be the fold. I don't have Ken Low on the top 10 books because Ken Low's book is really very niche. So it's not like if you don't play one of the mixed events that come around every year, and they don't really come around that often. Like in all of Vegas, there's one mixed game going on right now, and in all of the tournament schedule throughout the whole year, besides the WSOP, you might get one mixed game preliminary series. Usually not, though. Usually not. So it's not really that useful of a book to recommend as these are the must-read poker books. The ones that I recommend, I think, are books that pretty much every poker player can get something out of. Yeah.
Did you have other recommendations besides the Ken Low one?
For horse?
It says for stud.
Not really. Peter Steiner had a book back in the 80s called Thursday Night Poker, where he pretty much spends all the book talking about stud, and I think that was a pretty good treatment of it. There's a couple of other stud sections in like the Chip Reese section in Super System is pretty good. There's also, I think, a stud section in Super System 2. I think Negreanu has a stud section in his book. Which I think is called Power Hold'em now that I think about it, which is kind of weird that he would have a stud section, but I think he does. I mean, stud really is. It's a very complicated game.
He's a stud player. Bobby is. Bubbles. He says, "Thanks for advice, Dutch. I'm actually a stud player. I'll try to keep my VP low."
Well, then, yeah, I'll tell you. When it comes to game weight, the game, in my opinion, that has the highest weight is actually stud high, and that's because you're a lot more likely to see multi-way action. You're a lot more likely to actually get to a showdown than in Raz. It has the
because people want to see, because there's so many variations you can have.
It has
is a
5 betting streets as opposed to Hold'em's 4.
So
and
it just
Omaha's
does
4.
does
and it's
stud
not a
have
split pot game like stud high low.
So does stud high have a board or no?
No, stud high.
It's just your cards up
You
in front
have
of you.
your board. I have my board.
Is
It's
it
not a-
showing?
it's not
Is
community
anything
cards.
showing?
Yes, 4 out of the 7 cards are showing. in
Okay.
stud.
But it's cool though. That's a cool game to watch.
I love stud.
So wait,
because
stud high low has a board, right? Fuck, I don't remember.
There's
or no,
no board
Omaha,
for stud high low,
but Omaha.
or stud.
But Omaha has a
high
board.
low does
Okay.
have a board. Yeah.
So confusing. So is that the difference with stud and Omaha? One has. I mean, is that the? I mean,
There
there's a
several
lot.
differences.
Okay,
between Omaha
that's
High Low
one
and
of
stud
them.
high. But the main difference is that in Omaha High Low, you're going to have 4 cards that are just yours that are hidden cards. In stud, you're going to have 7 cards which are just yours, and you're not going to share cards with anybody except in the rare case.
Mm-hmm.
The rare
Rare
case,
case, oh God.
where they run out of cards. If they run out of cards when they're dealing,
How does that happen? Oh, when they
where
just.
they can't deal 7th Street down to everybody,
Oh my God.
they'll actually put a community card down, and everyone will share the 7th Street.
Is that right?
That's right.
Huh. That's kind of cool. Is that the dealer's fault when that happens?
I'm going to go and make the fold here. I think we're going to get to the point where we're...
God dang! It looks like you guys are not believing hard enough.
we might get to the point
God
where we're
dang
blinded
it.
out.
No, we're not gonna blind out, dude. We have a long way. We have a long way
We
to
have
go.
2 hands. We
Got a
have this
long way
hand
to go.
and the
Long
next
way.
hand.
Long way. Here we go. Oh God.
This is the one.
What is it?
Aces?
Oh, you guys believed. Thanks. Let's hold.
Doesn't get much better.
See, I was talking shit, but you know what? It's because you guys believed.
So we get 1 call. This is so perfect. There we go. We got another all in.
Oh God.
So that's
Come on,
gonna
I want to
probably
stay in,
squeeze
guys. I
from
want to
your
stay
bone
in.
out.
I want to stay in because I like streaming. Come on. Stay.
Pretty good.
Stay.
Showing the 2 outs. That's not one of them.
Okay.
He could have hit a 2 or a 7 too for
I-
a split, which would have been pretty ugly.
Yeah.
Back up to over 10 bigs.
See, guys. That's the a roller coaster of emotion poker.
And I think
brings.
we've gotten 10-4 3 out of the last 4 hands.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. 10-4, 10-4, 5-6 of diamonds, 8
You should be like old crazy hands.
I feel it coming.
No, you gotta get out of the way.
All right.
Poker Power. Was that the book? Poker Power? Oh, this is old payouts.
I thought it was Power Hold'em, but that's a weird title for a book that isn't just about Hold'em. Okay, here we go. Making the shove here for 11 bigs with Queen 8. Hopefully we get through. If not, we could be ahead. How could you be ahead? Well, because people will call with weird ranges in that spot. Okay, let's see. Negreanu book.
Hey, Coleman. Good to see you.
I think it's Power Hold'em strategy. I'm pretty sure it's Power Hold'em strategy where he actually has chapters on all the different variants. 10 powerful chapters cover every aspect of the major Hold'em games. Limit, no limit, and pot limit for cash games and tournaments. Maybe not. what I thought was, I thought that he had a book where there was a stud section, but maybe I'm mistaken on that. Could be getting confused. Wouldn't be the first time. Looks like there's a new book coming out with Negreanu, Brunson, Helmut, and Johnny Chan where you're going to be talking about stud.
Cool.
And Raz, and high-low, and triple draw.
You should write the book before them, Dutch.
I'll beat him to the punch.
There you go.
Kyle Loman says,
I read.
Maybe you should
I read it.
read your copy of Super System 2.
I don't read.
That book isn't for reading.
That book isn't for reading.
Can I tell him that story?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! So my buddy Kyle, he gives me a call. He's like, "Hey, do you have Super System 2? Maybe I could borrow it for a couple of in a couple of weeks. Give it a read." I'm like, "Of course, yeah, I have Super System 2." I look on the bookshelf. Yeah, I have that book. Grab it.
It's my birthday too, by the way.
Yeah, it's on my birthday, by the way, January 27th. So I say, hey, let's go meet at Griff's, old Pool Sharks on Decatur. So I drive on down there, and it's late. It's like 1:30 in the morning. It's a little bit sketchy of a neighborhood, and I'm feeling kind of sketchy. Kyle's a little late. He said he was going to be there. But I'm sitting there in the parking lot for 7 minutes and like walking, looking around, lock the doors, waiting for him to show up. He finally shows up, takes a sweet little time doing it. And I get out of the car, like, yeah, here you go. I have him in a little gift bag because he also borrowed the Ken Lo book. And all of a sudden we hear something. I look over in the parking lot and there's these two guys just duking it out, just fighting on the ground. They're trying to punch each other in the face. And I'm like, okay, I'll see you later, man. And he like looks at it, he's like, animals. And I'm like kind of freaked out. I go back home, like, that was weird.
Fine.
I'll wake Michelle up. I'll wake her up. You won't believe what just happened to me.
No,
She's
you
like,
didn't
what?
wake me up.
You were asleep, or it wouldn't have happened. I say, I lent Super System 2 and Ken Lo. I lent those two books out to Kyle, and these two guys got into a fight in the party. And she's like, what? You didn't lend him my book, did you? I was like,
I didn't even hear that part.
What?
The party. Or the
was
fight.
that Super System 2 your book? And she looked at me, she was like, that was my signed copy of Super System 2. I waited in line and had Doyle Brunson sign that. It says to Michelle from Doyle Brunson, good luck.
Yeah, I waited in line for like an hour.
That book isn't for reading. You loaned my book out on my birthday. That book was not for reading. Dutch, what did you do? Call him right now. You call your friend and get that book back right now. I'm like, oh god.
Because it's my birthday.
Can't believe I fucked that.
The one other birthday that you made a
move.
big. You made a big.
That was a dick move. I lent out your prized possession. Just lent it out. I think that there's a decent chance we could be ahead of RJRLV 254000 with our ace 10 off. So let's make the call and hope that we're actually up against a weaker ace. Ace 9, ace 8, ace 7. Let's see it. Maybe king 10, maybe king queen.
What do you have?
Ace 10.
Okay.
I mean, there's some combinations of ace jacks and ace queens and ace kings out there, but I think RJRLV 254000 is pushing with a pretty wide range. And I think there's a decent chance that our ace 10 off suit could actually be dominating him, having 3.5 to 1. So, gonna go ahead and make the call. Hold your breath and hope. Don't want to see ace king, ace queen, ace jack. King 10, so we're dominating him. Dodge and weave, boys. Dodge and weave. 3 outs. 94% to win there on the turn. That's what we're trying to do, guys.
The emotion keeps on going. Oh, good. We're on break. I think Bobby wanted to show you something on break.
All right, guys, we're back up to 34,000. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back.
Hello,
we do
everyone.
have an all-in, but RJRLV had no chips left. After,
I know. I just wanted to get on stream because I was so excited to come back.
We crushed his dreams with the Ace 10 versus his
I
King
know,
10.
it sucks. So, yeah, so I see that we have a lot of viewers. If you guys aren't following, down below, there's a little button. It's a little heart. Don't forget to follow the stream.
Yeah, definitely follow that stream.
Oh,
man.
he's out now.
Please click on that heart.
I lost our chat. There it is.
Really does make a pretty big difference. Not as much of a difference as a sub.
Yeah, a
You
sub.
subs are why we do it. You subs
It's like
are the
candy.
best.
Candy. It's like
You subs are
awesome.
the beautiful people.
we love our subs.
Yeah.
We just like our followers.
we definitely like the followers. Gosh, I'm so tempted to make a move here. Casino exec, his limping range actually is pretty wide.
Probably has aces. He just flopped probably quads.
Should we get some elevator music for the for the
Dun,
breaks?
dun, dun, dun. You know, we should instead of getting elevator music, we should just hum one. Dun, 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 dun.
What are you
Then
humming?
Because I made it up.
You just made it up.
Yeah, I
right
just
there.
made it up. See.
Genius.
Dun, 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 dun. See, made it up. I don't even know what I'm humming or dunting.
That is that's a hit right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Are we recording? Are we recording?
But we are, yeah, we're on stream, so we are. Look, ace, wow. Dun, dun,
Nice hand there, Viva Spain. Good call.
Dun, yeah,
Nice-
yes.
Nice call.
Nice call with a limp. Nice
It's kind of
try.
weird that
he
Casino
says.
exec would turn his king 4 into a bluff there because it's actually it actually starts having showdown value. Maybe that river bet of 3,200, which is what, a fourth pot, is really more of like a blocker bet, or maybe he thinks that Viva Spain has like a king 3. I don't know. I mean, this is why Casino exec has the bony fish, because he shouldn't really be limping in with king 4 suited to begin with. And then if you're gonna go ahead and make the bluff, I mean, go ahead and make the bluff. Just like he actually has showdown value, and he had showdown value with a king high. I don't really understand the river bet at all. And then Viva Spain, I guess, decides, well, maybe he has a 5. I guess so. I mean, is he going to call you with worse if you make the raise? Probably not. But who knows? Who knows? Anyway, hell of a call there, Viva Spain. Nice call with the 3 of a kind. /S Kappa. Let's see.
Bobby wants to buy the 5-minute slot break time.
Break time with Bobby?
Yeah, break times with Bobby. I said
Too
make.
late, man.
I told him to make the videos and we'll put them up.
It's I would totally put up videos that Bobby makes, but the break's over.
Yeah.
There's no more break. Pretty tempted to make it a little squeeze there, but I just don't think that we're ever getting through. So let's see a flop and do instead of playing pocket threes like the best hand, let's just play it for its set mining potential. Poker Mindset Coach explaining to Bobby how the break works.
Bobby, if you make the videos, make them about 4 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes long.
We could get
Not
on
5
Google Voice, and everyone will hear like the system sound. So anytime, man.
Oh, if he wants to talk, just to call in,
He could call in.
be like, "Hey guys, this would be really funny."
Well, I'll tell you, Bobby Big Buy-in, when we start doing the poker clinics and the HBT viewing parties, we actually have like a Patreon setup now, where people who actually pledge for per video are going to be able to get on the Discord. For like
we
an
have
actual
great
party now for the HPT viewing party. It's not going to just be like me.
Yeah, we have great dreams for Patreon. We just don't know how. We just need people to sponsor it.
And you're gonna have to be in those parties. You don't even have to be a Patreon.
No, Bobby, you should be a Patreon.
You should be a
No.
Okay, we get through. That's good. That's what we want. 38 players left. We're in 28. Somehow we breathed a new life into this tournament because we were out the door with 4 big blinds, and then had the best hand hold up.
I love you guys all. Even if you don't sub even if you don't follow, I still love you. But not in a sexual way.
So hey, the other day, speaking of homeless people begging on the street, there was a guy with a sign on. He was on the corner, and the sign says, "Hungry, 1 cent." I was holding the sign, and I was actually walking on the street, like not on the street, on the sidewalk. I was walking on the sidewalk, and I passed him. He was like walking this way, and I was walking the other way. And as I'm walking, I look down, and I see that he is actually passing a nickel on the street, and he just like walked right past it. And I really like wanted to stop and pick up the nickel and say, "Hey man, I'll take 4 cents change, please."
Don't be a meanie. That's mean.
I know.
But it is kind of is the word ironic?
I thought it was kind of weird.
Is that irony?
Dude, just look down. Look, it's right in front of you. You were walking over a nickel.
Passing money.
You're asking for a penny.
It's 5 times as much as you were at. 5 times more. Yeah.
Just on the street. Just on the street.
Jeez, dude. He should ask for more. He should be like, you know what? That'd be really
just as
interesting.
Inflation.
Should be an interesting. That would be an interesting thing to see as a homeless person with $500,000. They want that
Hungry.
much instead of a $500.
Hungry.
Need a home.
$500,000.
That's what they should. That's what they should do, right?
Hungry homeless need help. $217,000
for a house.
You'll never see that on the street.
Because it's not. They're not using their brains, man.
You'll never look down and see $200,000 on the street. You'll see a nickel.
Yeah. Well, no, you could see a lot, but not that much. But you could possibly find like a 10K chip in Vegas.
I don't think it's ever happened.
But they're all registered, right? You can't cash it.
If you find a 10K chip in a casino, you're not allowed to keep it.
It's theft.
You're not allowed to pick it up
Theft.
and keep it. I don't even know if you're allowed to keep it if you find it on a public street.
Well, if you find it on a public street, you can just hide it in your little collection, but you can't cash it out because
there's laws on this. There's finders keepers laws. There's actually like there's a process that you have to go through, and then
you can like in 60 days.
And then you actually have to turn it in and go through some.
I think you're right because you can do that with jewelry too, right? If nobody claims
like
it,
if you're just like
X
walking around
amount.
and you find something like a wedding ring or something, it doesn't belong to you.
I would like
it belongs to somebody.
I would like to initiate my finders keepers rule.
No,
so please contact me. But
you have to actually look into the law here. Do we call or do we raise? This is a tough one. I think I'm just gonna make the call here. See a flop. It'd be okay to raise though. We can 3-bet with King Jack suited. There's nothing wrong with that. Pretty horrible flop for King Jack suited.
Yeah.
Makes the 4K into 11,200. I'm done. Little Ace 3 offsuit. That's all right. Got 13.5 bigs on the button. And yeah, I don't even know what to do here. You know, old me is like, 13 bigs is too much to just open shove with if everyone folds. New me is like, I don't know. Kind of feel like maybe this is the pretty good 3-bet stack. 556 caliber, I think could easily have air. Let's go ahead and make the 3-bet. We've got blockers for bigger aces. We could actually even have the best hand. We're gonna need some help. 6, 3, 3 is fine too. Yeah, that's a pretty good run up for us.
Wow, fucking luck balk
Yeah,
right there, man.
I would say so.
Because I don't even know why you're. That's nonsense
Pippin knew he
hand.
had ace king.
Fucking nonsense hand.
But I didn't see
I
it.
didn't see the action, but that was nonsense.
Pippin knew.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Melonhead ML, good to see you, man. He says, Dutch, do you like the band?
Yeah, I like band.
Like the band? The band?
Oh, is
The
it called the
band?
band like the bar?
There is a band called The Band.
They should get rid of pennies. It does cost more, doesn't it?
I
I don't know. When
nickels
we were in
cost more.
Canada, I felt like they were ripping me off. They were like, but it was like a give and take thing. Like some stores would take my penny, some stores would give me a penny. So it was like really weird. But it wasn't so bad. They should get rid of the pennies.
I think they should get rid of the pennies, yeah. But I also think they should get rid of the nickels.
Mm-hmm.
Nickels cost more than 5 cents to make.
You think so? Huh?
Pretty sure. I think that they had to actually make a law against melting down nickels because nickels were worth
metal.
more than 5 cents. Two XRD. I think that's a funny sign, but it also reminds me of that Chris Rock line about never give money to a homeless guy with a funny sign. Because he hasn't been homeless for long. Anybody who writes a funny sign,
Yeah.
doesn't really need your money. See, Flatty, you should just say my friend Billy. You shouldn't really out like his full name.
His whole name, yeah.
You should say my friend Billy asked for a quarter when he panhandles, and people give him 10s and 20s.
There's a lot of
identifying
panhandling
information.
in Vegas. I mean, in Vegas, they have people dressed up in costumes all day downtown and uptown.
That doesn't count as panhandling.
Is it?
No, that's
I guess-
performance art.
I guess.
That's like somebody playing the guitar with an open case as a panhandler. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. They're doing something for your money. Taking pictures for your money.
or selling water for $1.
Yeah, dressing up as
There's a lot of hustlers here,
you
dude.
know, as a copyrighted character for your money.
The other day, I saw a young lady that was homeless, and I felt bad. She was a young traveler, and like she was young, like 22, 23, and she looked fine. I thought that was kind of odd.
But didn't you see her like outside of the Walmart on Rainbow?
I don't remember where I saw her.
Because it seems to be like if you're a young traveler traveling to Vegas, how did you get to that part?
She
of
wasn't.
town?
Yeah, you're right. She wasn't like in the strip area. She
yeah,
was
like
far away, like
I mean,
10,
I would kinda
15
buy it
minutes
if
away.
She was like on the strip or like downtown.
Yeah, it was
by
kinda
the
weird.
Greyhound station, you know. But
It's kind of weird.
like, what happened? They were like, where do you want to be?
I wanted
let
to
out?
take her under my wing, dude.
Oh,
Okay, so my
not
thought
the strip.
process was this. Isn't this horrible? I was like, I should pick her up and teach her how to dance. Because she can get on the pole and make a lot of money. That is my mentality. I swear to God, I was going to be like, hey girl, I can train you.
Let me tell you.
But I didn't because I was like, she could kill me and be a murderer. Because I don't know.
That is strangely pimp-like.
I know.
Turning her out.
I know, but it's not like
Turning
it's
her
not.
out to the
I'm not
sex
gonna make
industry.
any. I'm not gonna make any money from her. But I was like, fuck. I felt
She
so
would just owe you a
bad.
life debt, I guess. Like, what would be...
She could be my friend,
Oh.
like a forever friend. I mean, I was like, fuck, man.
You really need to have a hobo stripper friend.
I do. I was like, I can. I really felt bad because I felt like there was an opportunity lost for her in her life choices. Because dancing's awesome. I mean, for me, it's changed my life. And I feel like if you can get a girl and train her properly where she's not going to get pimped. Because a person that's homeless like that, there has to be something missing.
No,
she doesn't have a...
No, there's something hidden, and it's her pimp in the bushes.
No.
He's just like
or it could be... Yeah, exactly. It's like, fuck.
Would
this,
you bring me?
Or it could...
Would you bring me, Brandy?
Because that's another thing, too, is like maybe that because I was thinking maybe that homeless sign thing was like a front for prostitution. I don't know. I mean, I didn't ask her. But I really wanted to be like, hey, girl, what's, are you okay? Do you need... Yeah, I really wanted to, but I didn't. Because my pimping days are over, because pimping ain't easy.
That's right.
Oh, but man, I should go find her right now, man. I feel like she should be making some money. Not to me, okay, guys. I wouldn't be pimping her. Just to clarify, I would just be showing her a new life skill, kind of like a trade school.
Teaching a man to fish.
Teach a man to fish, exactly.
Teach a man to fish,
exactly.
And he eats for a lifetime. Teach a girl to pole dance, and
teach a girl how to teach a girl how to
for a lifetime.
Exactly. At least until she reaches a certain cap,
a certain age.
At least, then by then hopefully she will hopefully find other friends to invest in. Exactly. Then she'll be doing real estate. And then she can return the favor to some other girl.
Lower her standards and get into a relationship.
Or she can marry a poker player.
She can marry a poker player.
There you go.
Oh lordy. Oh lordy, lordy. Yeah, see, Flight 28 says there's a homeless guy down by Harris with a sign that says "Kick me in the nads,"
which
for
is
20
too
bucks.
much.
See, that's an example of not panhandling.
That's too much.
He's not panhandling.
I would never. That's so
service.
awful. That's awful. That's awful.
He's got to have a cup.
Awful. And
he's got to have a cup.
I can't imagine the people
surgery.
that would do that. Those are fucked up people.
The people who would actually kick him in the nuts.
That's fucked up.
No,
I mean, that's just
agree.
a fucked up thing.
Is it though?
It's like, yeah, it is.
Is it like every little S&M arrangement out there is a fucked up thing?
Huh? It's
like, let's say
maybe I guess it's not fucked up if he likes it. Okay,
Like, what
I
if
take
he's
it back.
like,
You're right. I didn't even consider that genre.
tie me up and tickle my butt with a feather for $20.
Well, if he likes it, you know what? You're right.
You
He
know.
might like it. You're right. That is wrong of me to say that. That's not a very
Like
good thing.
takes him back to a really
It'd be
good
just
place,
like that'd be just like me
where
saying
he's
that.
playing baseball with his 3-year-old son, and his 3-year-old son actually accidentally whacks him in the balls, and he thinks about how lucky he is.
Well, I don't know, but me
Before
saying
his
that
life
it's
fell
wrong.
apart in that tragic truck accident. The semi driver was so tired that night. That's dark, man.
No, I don't know about that.
It's
I was just thinking in the perspective of a dancer. Like people think that dancers are a bad job. Like becoming a dancer is a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not.
Let me tell you, I would much rather get on the pole than get kicked in the nuts for a living. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah, I feel really bad. It's caught up to
Oh
the
gosh,
pin.
J.D. Cole. J.D. Cole has this down to a science. This is the PhD candidate in him coming out. Pippin 87. You know who you should look into? Pippin 87 is there's this girl who's a YouTube star.
You should
named
you should-
Hobo Anna, who lives in her car, and she gets like millions of subscribers. She makes these.
I'm sure she has
daily video
donations.
blogs
I'm sure she makes a lot of money.
about how like where you should sleep if you're living in your car, and where you should shower, how you could actually like go through the day-to-day fundamentals. She has like a tour of her Jeep. She upgraded from like a Toyota to a Jeep. How is it that we're now 6th out of 33 in this thing? How did this even happen? And why don't I even care? It's so hard to care after getting
You're good. You're good.
kicked in the nuts at the Venetian today. Kicked in the nuts at the Venetian, and then and then bitched out by my boss. That's basically what happened. JD Cole says, I offered a homeless chick a job once. Let me guess. She said, no, I don't need a job. I just want the money. I don't need a job. I just need the money.
Yeah, you just don't know.
I mean, look at me. I could get a job. I could obviously get a job if I wanted one.
Yeah, how did you get so many chips?
What's that?
How did you get so many chips?
Well, most of them were that huge suck out with the Ace 3 versus the Ace King.
That's right, the Ace 3. That was a suck out.
Huge suck out. Like we didn't really have any business winning that hand. But he didn't have any business having us dominated.
Do you think I'd make a good social worker, Dutch? I still don't know what I want to be.
I do think you'd make a very good social worker.
What I want to be when I grow up.
You're pretty nurturing. You're very empathetic. You are hard. And you can see a hustle a mile away. I think that you would be very good at spotting the kid who's getting abused by a foster family. I think you'd be very good at having people open up to you and ask you for help that you can give them. And I think that you would find it very fulfilling because it would be helping the world. You'd be getting into it for the right reasons.
That's a little too deep for me, man.
It's a tough job.
Some people like that. You know what? There used to be a guy. Oh my God, this is a freaking scary story. I have
we
a
actually
story.
brought a lurker out to say this conversation is WTF. Ex Julio's welcome to the stream.
Yeah, hello. No, I got a story, guys. When I was like 22.
Got a typed out reaction.
No, when I was 22, dude, I used to take a cab to work because I had a stalker. And this fucking one cab driver, because I told him where I worked, right? And he's like, oh yeah, I like to come over there, bring my own paddle. And pick a girl out, and we go in the VIP room, and I have her smack me as hard as you can. And I'm just being polite. I'm like, oh, really? Wow, that's so cool, right?
So cool.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh my God, right? And because the VIP room works hourly, so the guy would pay like $500 an hour, and all the girl would do is like hit him with this fucking paddle as hard as they could in the VIP room. And I was like, holy shit.
I bet those girls didn't pull their punches, huh?
Yeah.
Didn't pull their swings.
They like that shit. And then I was actually at the club. I was working like 2 days.
I'm like, oh, you like this?
2 days
All
later.
right.
And then I see him fucking walking around the club looking for a girl to do it with him. And I'm like hiding because I did not want to do that job. I was like, I mean, he's my freaking cab driver. At the end of when he dropped me off from the at the club, he was like, "Here's my card if you need me to pick you up." Oh hell no, hell no! I was like, "No, dude, this is fucking crazy." You could have ridden that
cab for free. All you would have had to do was
no.
Okay, let's work out the trade.
Yeah, and then there was another guy that used to come in. There's another guy that used to come in, and he used to like the girls to step on him as hard as they could with their heel.
Blocked.
Who's Vivas? Who's he saying? Okay.
You like dicks for sure. I'm not so sure about that, but was better than Steel.
Why did he say that? Oh, he's not talking to you. He's talking to the other guy.
He's not. I know he's not talking to me. He's talking to somebody else. It's inappropriate. I'm not so sure about your number there, Mo.
They just like to be stepped on really hard.
I think that it's probably quite a bit lower than that. I think that you're going to find that there's a lot of average Vegas strippers who are sevens who are crying in the dressing room because they're not making their house fee.
It depends on the economy.
There's
no, there are girls that make a lot of money. I made a lot of money. I made about 100. I'm not going to say how much I made.
There's no question that there are girls out there who make a lot of money in the Vegas strip clubs, but it's not average. There's no way that the average Vegas stripper is making $150,000. I will tell you this, though, Mo. I think the average Vegas stripper might think that they are.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's a hard thing to assess because a lot of girls lie about their income, and a lot of girls gamble, and a lot of girls
lie to themselves about the income too.
Well, sure, but
I could easily make $1,000 a night. Maybe you can
It
make
depends on-
$1,000 a night when a big convention.
Yeah, when the conventions are in town,
there
you
on a
can.
Friday night or Saturday night. I'm sure that you've made $1,000 a night before, but it's kind of like a poker player. It is actually kind of like a poker player because there's a cost to doing business. Like you actually, as a stripper, can go in and be out money at the end of the night because you have to pay a big house fee, especially if you're not trying to work day shift. You're trying to get there at like a peak time, and these strip clubs pack so much,
Yeah.
as many women
it's
as
different
they can
than
into
like
the
in
club
the
because that's where they're
in
making
the
a lot of their money.
2000s, like in 2002 to like 2008.
Yeah.
It was freaking cream. It was awesome.
Because the more girls
So much
that
money.
are in a club, the more the house is going to make, both on house fees and
Drinks
and it's
and-
going to be easier to attract people there. If like the ratio was like 30.
Yeah, but at the
women
same
to one
time,
guy.
they do pay it's an interesting business. They do pay the cab drivers too, like $20 a head per customer that they bring in. So
There's a cost to it.
there's a lot of It's complicated, but and a lot of girls that do make a lot of money, they don't work every fucking day. They work 2 days a week or 3 days a week.
I think we're ahead of Viva Spain, by the way, so that's why we're making this move. Make the call. Yeah.
Come on, suck out. Come on.
Suck out.
Yay! Stay! Did we suck out?
Yeah.
Okay, good! Yay! See, I clapped because I believe. Oh. He said thank you. Should be like... You should be like... Yeah, but, girls...
I really want to say something.
Don't say nothing.
I really want to
Don't
say
say nothing,
something.
dude.
I want to say Viva Spain, love dicks. I
for
want to say
sure.
Viva
I
Spain,
wanna
love
say
dicks
that
for
in the
sure.
chat.
No.
I want to say that in the
no,
chat. Can I
no,
say
no,
that in
no,
the
no,
chat?
don't say that. No, I don't want you... No.
Dicks for
Viva
sure.
Spain,
Don't say
love
it. You
dicks
just
for
said it in the
sure.
stream. It's all that matters.
Say fish pal. Say fish pal.
Why are you so mean to them?
The guy being an asshole.
To everybody?
Being an
Well,
asshole.
I muted him, so I don't know exactly.
Well, I muted him, so I don't know exactly.
pay
I
too much
didn't.
attention
I
to what he was
didn't
saying.
pay too much attention to what he was
But he was
saying.
being a pretty big asshole.
But he was being a pretty big asshole.
Hey, Happy.
Zia Stefanel says
Zia Stefanel says we just lost a fan without. Your kids
Yeah,
should be in
guys.
bed. by now. It's 10:30 on the West Coast.
Tomorrow's a school night. Why aren't
Tomorrow's a
why
school
aren't
night.
your
Why
children in
aren't your children in bed?
bed?
You know.
Well, I guess it's not that...
I think we're ahead here with our pair.
You have.
Pair of threes?
Pair of threes.
I think we're up against.
I think we're up against like ace queen, ace king, king queen.
Think Horatio Poker.
Think Horatio Poker doesn't
calling
have a calling hand.
I think we're ahead.
I think we're ahead.
Ace king, so
Yeah,
he
ace
did-
king. So he
the
does
call
make the call
Oh, wow.
with the six
with
outer.
the 6 outer.
But you got two pair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job.
150K.
Wow, Dutch. Talking about strippers made you come up in life.
Well, the tens,
Well, the tens versus the jacks suck out. Maybe come up in life. 2XRD. Cake sitting isn't a real thing. It's not a real thing.
What's cake sitting? I don't even know what that is.
It's a meme started by a television show.
What is
It's not a
it?
real thing.
Is it like a sexual cake sitting? You sit on cake sexually?
That's yeah.
Or you put it all over your body sexually?
It's not a real thing.
Cake spreading. I just made a new thing.
I don't want to say anything about it because it would have to be like it would give a spoiler to a show that you're gonna eventually watch. That I watch without you. No spoilers. I don't believe it's a real thing.
I think most jobs cost a bit of your soul. When I worked for somebody, it was like, so it was so much worse. So much worse.
Start tapering down from 2.5x here. 5,800 seems like the amount. We've got the ace deuce off. Wow, from dead last to dead first. Look at this. First out of 26.
Good for you, see?
Face top 20.
This is all about the believing, Dutch. We believed.
Maybe.
I'm just picturing. I'm
Maybe
picturing
about
all of
not
our.
caring.
I'm picturing all of our viewers and followers clapping as they are watching you. Right now, you guys. No.
Why does
So,
just go
is
up?
it-
I feel like they did.
Is it safe for me to like Google cake sitting?
Probably not, Michelle.
Oh, really?
Wouldn't recommend it.
Okay. That's weird. But I don't know. I think sugar is a stimulant, so I guess I learned something new today. Oh, we have an echo because we're too loud, or I'm too far away from the.
I'll try to get a little bit closer into the mic too,
Yeah.
you guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Dutch.
The echo happens because we're in the same room, so when I speak too loudly and kind of point away from the mic,
Maybe we need to put a little thing.
then it bounces off the wall. It hits X and Wall's mic, and then it sounds like there's an echo going on.
Do you want to take away the mic and put it back in again? Maybe that'll help.
Why don't you listen to it and see what you can?
Okay. Do you have the earphones?
Yeah.
Sorry about the echo, guys. Here, I'm gonna mute my mic for now.
Hold on. I gotta raise here.
Never mind.
Everybody folds.
I pumped my mic. I guess I punched my mic.
Got it all in, and we have pocket eights. Nice hand there, Sobayashi. That's a pretty good card for a suck out. That's a suck out right there.
You're suck out today.
I guess. I mean, like, yeah. That's quite the suck out.
like that in real life?
Because I care too much in real life. I wonder what so second place is 108,000. I have double second place. It's crazy.
Well, don't get caught. It's still a long way to go. I can't hardly hear it. Oh, it's because I'm on. Huh.
Do you hear a big echo?
Can you turn down my mic? My mic's too loud.
GL. I can't say anything.
My mic's too loud and it's catching you. Can you lower my mic?
And that's the difference, John. That's the difference. Poker's pretty brutal.
Did you hear me?
You want me to turn your mic down?
Yeah, my mic is too loud. It's picking it up.
All right, let me see what I can
It's
do.
picking up your breathing. It's picking up everything.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Probably need
So
to.
echoing when you get close to the mic.
Maybe you need to lower the gain.
Yeah, it's really echoing really bad. So
All right. Let's see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm echoing too. So it's catching on both.
Okay, I'll see what I can do here.
Sounds fine when I mute it.
When you mute what?
When I mute my mic, you sound fine.
All right. Okay, so adding Michelle's mic in again.
You can still hear me from your mic, though.
We're just going to lower you a little bit.
You can hear me. Through your mic, too.
All right. We'll see if that
Can you
works.
turn down both?
That'll be like a test. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and talk too.
Okay, I'll talk too.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to try it out in 5 minutes from now. Hopefully it helps. I'll check it in 5 minutes.
Let's change the title. This is what a massive ship lead looks like. And where is my WSOP?
Yeah, poker is so easy. That's funny. That's what you should write. Poker is so easy. LOL. LUL. LOLs. No.
Let's update that.
How many people are left here? There are 23 people left.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close.
Talking. Well, the echo's gone because we muted my mic.
Getting pretty close. 2-8 off. We got Ramin 1-3-1-3 doing another open limp. All right. I learned my lesson. By the way, guys, that reminds me, make sure to click on that follow button. It doesn't cost you a thing. It really helps us out. And you guys can help the stream if you're hanging out with us and it's worth the hangout. Then maybe it's also worth the follow. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't even take a lot of time. Just boop, boop. And that's all it takes. Jimmy Bluffett, good to see you, man.
Hey.
So Jimmy Bluffett, he's one of the guys who won a PCA package from Bill Perkins.
Oh, really? Congratulations, Jimmy Buffett.
You're famous now, Jimmy Bluffett. Can you listen and see if the echo's still there?
I have my mic off for 4 minutes. 4 more minutes. It's not there because I haven't caught up yet.
All right. Hand for hand, you guys. 22 players left. The only person I recognize who's still in here that I'm worried about is Poke Cat, Kathy Liebert, who's in 3rd place right now with 159,000. Such a strong contender. Let's go ahead and make the raise here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait until I take off the earphones to check. So back to the are we on break? Oh no, hand for hand. Are we
Yeah, hand
in the
for
money?
hand.
Almost in the money. Not really. 2-way.
2 away from the money. It doesn't really look like anybody can really touch us, though. Not at this table. We could double up Ramin and then double up Ricky Rhino, and still have chips. So it'd still be in fourth place at the table. So I don't really see.
Yeah, it's still echoing still.
Bonefish doesn't hear an echo.
Yeah.
ZSTF Unreal says the sound is fine.
Well, it wasn't echoing when I was muted. That's why. Yeah, something was wrong with my mic. What's my gain supposed to be at? It's my mic. Can you take away my mic and put it back? Your mic's fine. It's my mic.
I did take away your mic and put it back.
What's the gain supposed to be?
Right in the middle.
Yeah, my gain's gone. Maybe my gain. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay. Maybe turn the gain
Yeah,
down.
I got it. Let me try that.
So
Let me try
turn
that.
the gain a little.
You know, I must have
counterclockwise.
I must have played with the gain and moved it with my hand.
Okay.
Okay, we'll try that. I'm gonna try that, and then I'm gonna mute it. So this is a test. Then I'm gonna mute it just in case it does echo still. Our apologies. I guess I broke my mic. I don't know. I might have to turn off my mic, but you guys are okay with that, right? I'll just talk loud. I blame Russia too. It's Russian hackers, Dutch.
So tempted just to make the call and teach Final Cut a little something about ICM. I'm trying to bully the big stack. What do you think, you check, I check? I know it doesn't feel good having the big stack bully your big blind. Looks like we lost somebody at Pancake's table. Down Sombra. So should be down to 21 players. That was a funny face he just made. What does that face say? Oh. We might be losing Eximoa. So we should be losing. That's not quite what should have happened there. Their algorithm was just a little bit off there. It actually should have taken Megalithula off the table, not Ricky Rhino, because they're balancing. They were balancing the tables, right? So they had to make it so all the tables have 7. And what they should be doing is taking away the big blind and placing it on the table that needs a player in the position closest to the big blind. Instead, they took the small blind, Ricky Rhino, and placed him. I'll tell you where they placed him. Kobe Bear says weak ass shit. Yeah, placed him in the cutoff. So he's gonna get hit with that big blind again. Not quite what they're supposed to be doing there with the table balancing algorithm. Just one more complaint. Oh, Kobe Bear is upset that he lost the coin flip. The weak ass shit is that he got it all in as a slight favorite against Ace King. I don't really consider that weak ass shit. I could just consider it just, pretty standard poker.
It's very echoey on mine still, with the gain halfway. Can I see your mic?
Look, there's nothing that you can do
No, I
with
just
the
wanna see
setting,
what your
Michelle.
gain is, if I have it all right.
It's nothing that you're doing wrong. It's just a product defect.
We should
It's
return
an
it.
issue with the driver.
I'll just be right here to cheer you on.
Let me tell you exactly what happened. Is there's like noise canceling in the mic itself. The decibel level got too high and messed up the driver, and it's probably an issue. It's either a problem with
restart
the
the
driver
stream.
itself, or it's a problem with XSplit. And to fix it, we would have to actually just restart the computer. I don't think restarting the stream would even do it. I think that I'd actually have to restart the computer and re-add the mics into the scene. So we can say goodbye to you if you want. You can jump off, or we can deal with the echo.
I bring luck to this stream.
I know you do.
I'll just stand behind you like this, awkwardly.
No, I don't want you. I don't want you to stand awkwardly behind
You
me.
can do it
No. We're not
Shove.
doing that.
right now. No.
All right.
No,
Michelle.
I'm just kidding. I don't.
It's
know.
not a bad. It's not a
I think
bad
you
time
can
to
still
make a
hear
bet,
me,
though.
Through your mic. That's the thing. Like when I was talking, I could still hear me.
Do you have your mic off at this
It's
point?
unmuted. Yeah, it's muted.
All right.
So I'll
Well,
just talk without a mic in front of me.
I can change the direction of the mic. It'll probably make it so that you're a little bit more clear to the viewers. You want to do that?
How do you do that? Change the direction. No, you can hear me fine. I'm
All right.
very loud.
Okay.
I'm blessed with a loud voice.
Well, if it sounds like Exmo's far away, it's because she is far away and she doesn't have her own mic anymore. Sorry, guys. The echo wins. Echo 1, stream, nothing.
Yeah, I would rather have a better quality stream than an echo. The echo was annoying.
All right.
And I sound really loud. Like I have a really loud voice.
No comment.
I'm the loudest person in the room.
Oh man, you always sound
So
you always sound different to yourself. You
What?
know, like
Excuse me?
you can never actually hear yourself how other people hear you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, unless you put on the headphones and listen to it
From-
on stream.
You know why I talk so loud? Probably.
Why?
Because I danced for so many years. The music pumped in my ears.
Permanent hearing loss.
Yeah, I probably have hearing loss.
You probably do.
So I talk louder because of it.
You probably do. Okay, let's go ahead and make the call here again. We'll see if Final Cut Pro decides to make the shove, and he doesn't. All right, there, Final Cut. We might have had him beat. He might have had like 5-4 or 5-6. Final Cut, man. I think Final Cut, even though we have these really short stacks here, Megalathula with the 4 big blinds, about to be 3 big blinds, Small Talk Dan with the 5, about to be 4 bigs. I still think Final Cut might be the favorite to bubble here, just because he's just like, I ain't afraid of no bubble. Ugh. Yeah, I ain't afraid of no bubble. Bubble don't mean shit to me. To which I would just say, you know, maybe it should. Maybe it should. I'm not afraid of no bubble. maybe you should be afraid of the bubble. So if you're Megalathula, you should never shove here. If you're going to play the hand, make the call and shove on the flop. unless you completely command the flop where you think that your opponent is drawn like so slim that you don't mind giving the free cards. You're so much better calling and shoving than shoving there with absolutely zero fold equity, where you're going to have to actually win at a showdown. I mean, it's going to pretty much be the same thing if he calls and shoves. I'm probably never making the fold anyway, but at least there's a shot. You know, at least you have a chance of getting into a situation where a guy's just not going to call you, even though he's getting like 4.5, 5 to 1, 6 to 1. You look like you got some smiles over there, Michelle. How's everything going? So Jish87, the problem with playing on ACR for real money is it's actually illegal for me to do that here in Nevada. Nevada actually has a law in the books about playing on offshore unregulated online card rooms for real money. You know, a lot of jurisdictions don't. Even then, there's usually a law in the books about playing on unregulated card rooms live that would probably apply to the online world. Pretty much ACR and Ignition are sketchy as hell, and I wouldn't recommend anybody play on them. But I understand that you do. You know, I understand why you do if you don't really have the option of playing in a legitimate place. I really appreciate having a legal, regulated online card room here in Nevada that we can play on. I do wish that it would be bigger, but the only way it's ever going to be bigger is if it gets the support of people like us. So if you have the option of playing on WCP.com, I'd recommend that you do it. Don't worry about the fact that the fields are super small. Don't worry about the fact that you're going to be often playing with November Niners, with bracelet winners, with a lot of professional poker players. You know, you've got some of the best poker players in the world here in Vegas as, you know, full-time pros who every once in a while decide, you know what, I want to play some online poker. Let's play on WSP.com. But anytime you have a bigger player pool, it's going to definitely be more extreme on the ends. The dead money is deader on ACR than it is on WSP.com. And the best of the best are a little bit better on ACR than they are here on WSP.com, just because there's so many more people on ACR. That is just how the long tail works. The longer tails are going to be longer. We're in the money, so now's the time to go ahead and tighten the hell up with this big stack. This is when all these medium stacks that were humping their way to humping the short stack and the less than average stack to the bubble. Now they don't have anything to lose, so they're going to be getting it in pretty wide. It's not the time where we can get through with bluffs. It's not the time where we should try to make big stands with hands, thinking that we'll be able to outplay them post flop. This is when, with a stack like this, you really need to play pretty snug until it gets a little bit closer to to the final table, where another psychological bubble starts kicking in. Are you in the penalty box, Michelle? You've been awfully quiet.
I'm talking to somebody in
In
chat,
whisper?
in whispers. I'm whispering somebody sweet nothing. Oh, it's kind of weird not having. I have to pretend I have the mic in front of me because I feel like I can't talk. There, It's not on, but I think I'm talking, and then I'm like,
It's
oh,
a placebo
it's a trigger,
effect.
guys. It's a trigger. Dutch did not meet me in a strip club. He wishes. But then I would have taken all of his money, all
Well,
$25.
That's not the best way to meet a stripper in Vegas. The best way to meet a stripper in Vegas is at a Starbucks.
Or as your real estate agent.
Yeah, or as a real estate agent. No, you like. I mean, well, meeting a stripper is definitely different than actually like dating a stripper. The problem with trying
Real
to
people,
pick
guys.
up a girl in a strip club is that their customers, is like
Well,
they
yeah,
look
I mean,
at you as a mark.
when I was a dancer, I
And,
had an act. I had a totally different act. I was a different person. I'm not the same person I am right now.
Yeah,
You guys have never seen that side of me.
you guys get the real me.
That's
Right.
right.
You guys get the real X and Y.
Yes, because I was really yeah. You guys, I thought I was funny,
Yeah.
but Josh has never really seen that part of me either.
No.
It's like an act. It's like an act. When you watch an actor or an actress like in a movie, they're not like that in real life. You don't think that. Well, certain people are probably like that. Like Lucy.
Nicolas Cage is probably like that. He
Nicolas
plays
Cage
he
is
plays
probably the way
himself
he
in
is.
every
Probably
movie.
is. But there's certain.
And you
actors
know
show
Ryan Gosling is
mentality.
like that.
But he's probably not. He probably is a totally different person.
No, Ryan Gosling is awesome.
I think that with actors and
He's my
dancers,
favorite actor. I think that he is very much underrated in this Oscar race. By the way, guys, have you checked the Oscar odds? The Arrival is getting 100-1 to win Best Picture. I think at 100-1, it's a pretty good bet. I think that there's a chance that it can actually win Best Picture, and way more than a 1% chance. Ryan Gosling, I think, is at 14-1. I think his odds are way higher than that, probably something like 3-1. And what's the girl's name for Best Supporting Actress from the Casey Affleck movie, Manchester by the Sea? What's the girl's name? It's what is that girl's name? I can't. Michelle something. What's the girl's name?
I don't remember which movie you're talking about. I feel like
Manchester by the Sea. Manchester by the Sea, Best Supporting Actress, and it is Michelle Williams. Is it Michelle Williams? Yes, Michelle Williams. I think that she is very much underrated. I think that she could easily win that award as well. She's been in a lot of movies that everyone loves, that really hit home, and that one scene was so heart-wrenching to watch
What movie was
and
it?
so believable. Manchester by the Sea.
Did I watch it?
Yes, you watched that movie with me. You thought it was a snooze fest. You hated every minute of it.
I just don't remember it.
It was
What's
the
about?
scene. It was about Casey Affleck as a plumber.
Yeah,
Basically,
God.
it's about Casey Affleck as a plumber, and Michelle Williams has this
God.
scene where she's having this dialogue with him on the boardwalk, where they have this like
And
bump
she's like
in.
Best what? Supporting actress?
I think that she could easily get Best Supporting Actress for that scene. I think she was amazing,
It's kind of sad movie.
amazing. Like
I like movies that are
that
like
that
really-
scene stuck with me more than any other single dialogue scene in the last year, by far.
Yeah, I like movies, and yeah, I didn't like La La Land as much as I thought I was going
I'm
to.
gonna be right back, by the way, guys. Yeah, take a pee break. We only have 22 seconds to do it.
Okay, go run.
Play my stack.
Run. Somebody.
Okay, so this is what happened while I was in the restroom. Michelle freaked out, put the time bank on for us.
Sorry, guys. I was like, oh, I don't know what to do because I was writing somebody. I'm trying to write.
She yells, "You have queens! You have queens!" And I'm like, "Well, raise." She's like, "I don't know how much." Like, it doesn't matter. Just raise how much you want.
Oh man.
And I come back and she goes, "Is that a good flop?" Queens again. Look at that. Pocket queens again. That was going to be a very expensive potty break. That's right. So here we have you check, I check, making it 8,600, leaving himself with 55,870. Everybody folding around to me, and well, I think we're just gonna go ahead and make the call here. We'll play it kind of sly here with the queens. Pretty good flop. Go ahead and let him c-bet. Fires out 8,000. Go ahead and make the check raise, I guess. Well, let's min raise. See what he does with that. He makes the shove. All right. Kings versus queens. We get that cooler in.
Can't win them all.
No, we can try. Nice hand there. You check, I check. You know, I was almost thinking about folding, but I was like, oh, fuck it. It's an overpair. It's queens, super draw heavy board, 10 high. But I was like, oh wow, 8,000 into that big pot. I mean, that kind of screams that he has something that he thinks is the favorite. And then when I check raise and he makes the shove, I'm like, well, what could he really be that proud of? I mean, even kings is still a little sketchy on that flop. And if he feels that way about kings, wouldn't he feel that way about jacks? I don't know. Maybe not. Let's make the fold here to you check, I check. It's a pretty big hit, but not as big as our uptick from the other queens. 3 hands ago we had 216. Now we have 255. So I mean, definitely on the uptick. Could have been much worse. All right, small talk Dan making the shove for 31,000. I think that we just go ahead and pot it up. Pretty overwhelming favorite. That'll do.
Oh no, they kicked me off of the freaking thing because I didn't.
What happened?
I kicked off of the NWSP.
Oh no.
Shit, what's my password? Shit.
Secret 123. I think.
Oh my god. Yeah, I got it.
Did you get it? Was it Secret 123 or was it God is Love 321? It's one of the two. John 3:16. I'll make the fold here.
Dutch is a. Let's see, where did we go here, man? Oh, you're a chip leader. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It feels good to be chip leader. Feels very good. Green Eye Monster 12 saying listen to Nirvana and rooting for Dutch. Listening to Nirvana and rooting for Dutch. You know what, Green Eye Monster? I bet that nobody in the history of the English language has ever said those 7 words together like that.
I'm sure it's been said.
I don't think so. I think that is a combination of words that has never been said. It's funny, Bunnyfish. I actually, I disagree. I think Casey Affleck was very likable in Manchester by the Sea. I thought it was a great movie. I thought that his the opening scenes where he's going around fixing the toilets and fixing the showers, the scene where he's like, well, I think, where she's like, oh, how do you know the leak's coming from me? How do you know it's me? And he's like, well, because if it was above you, we would see water marks on the ceiling. And she's like, well, what should we do?
You want to see me naked?
Yeah,
You wanna see me shower?
because, well, we should probably run the shower to see what happens. What are you, some kind of pervert? You want to see me shower?
Yeah, I think it was an overrated
It's
movie.
like
I
that's,
don't know what you know what? I really like The Accountant out of all the movies we've watched. The Accountant was actually
so
pretty
good.
good,
I agree.
and that's it. I don't think anything else has been really that great.
I disagree. The
I don't
Arrival
think-
was amazing.
That's my opinion.
Favorite movies last year: The Accountant and The Arrival. They were wonderful.
Oh, The Arrival is good. It's okay, but it's slow, and I wouldn't watch it twice.
I would watch it twice. I think that the movie would actually, like, it tells a different story knowing the plot twists. So I would definitely watch that one twice. I'd also watch The Accountant twice. I think that's a great movie. I think it was a great movie. Hell or High Water was a good movie. You didn't see that one.
Yeah,
I would watch that one again.
I know.
It had it's up for Best Picture. I mean, I'm surprised it got
Hell or
nominated
High
for Best
Water?
Picture. Hell or High Water. It's basically like a modern day Western.
Sounds good.
It's got some really just great scenes, good brother scenes, very good brother chemistry between Ben Foster and what's his name. It's got some the sheriff is great. I think it's Kurt Russell as the sheriff, and he's great.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really seen anything. I mean, I'm like into this book reading thing. I'd rather read some books than watch TV.
It's not Kurt Russell. It's Jeff Bridges.
Is it Jeff Bridges?
It's not Kurt Russell.
And what's the movie called?
It's the dude. It's
I
the
like
dude.
the dude.
He was very good. It's not Kurt Russell. I don't know why. Brain melt. Kurt Russell was the sheriff in anyway. I forget I said that. It's Chris Pine. It's a good movie. I'll tell you the best picture nominees I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen Lion. I haven't seen Hidden Figures. I haven't seen Fences.
Yeah, Fences you haven't seen.
I'll watch
I'm
them.
sure Fences is good. Wait, what's that movie that we watched about that moonshine or
Moonlight?
Moonlight? That was an interesting. I think that was an interesting movie. Honestly, I think it was very complex in its in the subject matter, and I think it was actually a very deep movie.
It was good.
really
I
like
still kind of get
stuff.
chills
I
thinking
like
about
either-
it.
I like comedies or fantasies, man. I like to totally escape in my movie experiences. I don't like I don't like too much. I don't like romantic comedy as much. I don't like romances that much anymore.
No time for romance.
Without finance.
No
So you
time
better
for
take this
romance.
shit
There's
down,
work to
Dutch.
be done. That'd have been a pretty bad beat for DeFat Zach if I decided to try to steal there.
We're gonna like take over the boat.
Look at this Seattle Pro. Boom! You're the best, man. Thank you so much. 18 months of sub. You are awesome. I really appreciate that, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
You know, it probably is mic because we had it delivered.
What?
That mic is probably a defective mic.
We bought it from a friend.
Yeah. Exactly.
Deep Fresh is like, I disagree. The Accountant wasn't that good.
It was cute. It was a cute.
It wasn't that good. I
No,
loved
it
The
was-
Accountant.
it was
I thought it was
cute.
great.
It was cute.
I thought it was
I
great.
rolled my eyes, but it was cute.
Mr. Gibson 412 says Hacksaw Ridge was amazing.
Why is that funny?
Is that you, Mel? Is that you? That's really funny. Hacksaw Ridge was Mel Gibson's movie. That's why.
Came out. Oh, the Brad Pitt movie about the spies was good.
Yeah.
That was a good.
Allied.
I actually liked that movie. Actually, I did like that movie.
Did you?
I did. I liked the ending because she did the right thing.
All right.
That's all I'm gonna say. That was a good movie. I was like, goddamn right. Desh didn't like it.
No, I didn't really like it.
I thought it was good. That was a good movie, dude.
I mean, I didn't dislike it. I felt like, and it definitely had a feel.
No spoilers.
I'm not spoiling. I would never spoil it.
Actually,
I'm still pissed off at Doug Polk for spoiling Westworld for me. I will never forgive him for that, ever. You know what? You know what'll happen is we'll be like on the bubble, like in the World Series of Poker main event for like the final table bubble, and I'll get it all in against him with like Ace King versus his Ace King. And mine will actually flush out, and I'll look at him and I'll say, now we're even for Westworld, bitch. That's what I'm going to say. You mark my words. It's going to be it's going to be on the ESPN broadcast. I will never forgive him for spoiling Westworld for me.
I know.
Ever.
Well,
I still think he's the funniest guy in poker.
For me, because that was a fucking good spoiler.
Yeah.
That was good. If
Yeah.
you guys haven't seen Westworld yet, you guys should get on.
Tell him the spoiler.
Train.
Tell him.
Speaking of which, guys, guess what I'm going to see on March 25th at the MGM? Guess that.
Ramin Djawadi.
That's right, Ramin Djawadi. He's going to be playing the Game of Thrones.
Is that how you say his name?
Ramin, yeah. Ramin Djawadi. Yeah, that's right.
That's awesome.
I
I'm
don't know
very
how to spell
jealous.
it.
RAMINDJAWADI.
Djawadi.
I think.
It's kind of a weird. It's kind of it's a
Who
hard
is
name.
Ramin Djawadi?
I love it.
He is the composer for Westworld. He did all the, like the
Westworld, Game of Thrones.
yeah. So he's gonna be doing his Game of Thrones concert, and it's gonna be awesome.
Very talented composer.
Boop.
Very talented composer, my hero. But he's coming here in Vegas for one day only.
One day only. We're gonna be there.
We got tickets today. I have no idea how it's going to be like, but it's going to be awesome. I've wanted to do the Lord of the Rings for a long time, and I'm just waiting for Howard Shore to come here, but that's long past.
You might have a little reunion tour if business starts stagnating. We're getting the band back together. We're getting the orchestra back together.
When I was looking at those tickets, though, we could have paid for a VIP and could have got, like, to sit in. Did you read what the VIP was? Oh, I should have told you it before you committed. But you could sit in within, like, the concert, and you can be, like, part of the Stark family or whatever families, and they have, like, I think maybe pictures with, like, the composer, and you can sit on the. They're gonna have the game. They're gonna have the throne, the Iron Throne.
Really?
Yeah, that you can sit at.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So Pancake 1620 making the raise to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Flop comes Queen 5, 4. And this pot is kind of getting ahead of us. It's kind of getting out of control. Let's go and fire out 33,000 into 77,000. He makes the call. Look at this. This is crazy. It's too big. It's too big. What do you think, Pancake? Why can't he have a queen here? No idea where we're at. Zero idea where we're at here. A queen beats us. But he could even be floating with worse. Gosh, he's going to really put the pressure on us, though, isn't he? That is a tough fold for me. He could have anything. He could have been floating us. Who knows what he has? It's the one guy who has more chips than we do in this thing. The one true stack. So who knows? So what was bad about Westworld? I guess what was bad was the amazing acting. Maybe the amazing acting was bad.
I think he means badass.
No, I think that he means that it's bad. Maybe he means the incredible storyline was bad, or the really good special effects. Maybe the superb music soundtrack was what made it bad.
Anthony Hopkins' performance.
Yeah, who knows? Making another raise against Pancake. I gotta tell you guys, our plan here as we approach the final table is not to get into big confrontations with the one big stack that can actually do some damage. No guesses. I'm gonna go ahead and are those the real payouts?
Yeah.
Nice job. You are on it tonight.
Well, only because somebody else did the night bot. And I was like, shit, I gotta do the night bot.
So, Southpaw, yeah, I saw that. The one about the boxer, right? Yeah, with what's his name from Jarhead, who Jake Gyllenhaal, who I absolutely adore as an actor. So Ace 2 3 4 5 asks, did you guys see Alec Torelli take Doug's monies and soul in the LATB hand? And come on, guys, Doug is not fat. He's big boned. He's big boned. Calling him Doug Fatty isn't very nice. And camera angles will lie.
Wait, what? Somebody, what? Say, go back. What about that? What?
Alec Torelli took a big pot from Doug Polk. And people are calling Doug Polk Doug Fatty. Because he looks a little overweight in the live at the bike. But Doug is not really that overweight. And there's a lot of poker players out there who make Doug look very thin. Doug is a very handsome man with a very nice physique.
And a good personality.
And he's got a great personality, and you should definitely watch his stream. Check back with the 8-3. Flop 2 pair. That's a pretty good flop for 8-3. Look at this. We got a customer, boys. Got the customer. 5. Yeah, we hope that Kobe Bear has 7-5 or 5-3, I guess. Ten. That's a big pot. Big pot for 8 high.
Wow.
Seattle Pro asking a good question. Why not check call with jacks on the queen high flop and keep the pot small? Well, Seattle Pro is because I feel like checking there on that flop I feel like it's just a weak play. I don't think that the pot is going to get small. I think that, I'm a little bit worried about a lot of hands that he could have, but he should be worried about a lot of hands I could have too. Jacks figures to be ahead of what he's got. I don't really want to give free cards to hands like pocket nines there with a random heart, or like ace 10 with like a 10 of hearts. I feel like Jacks is pretty vulnerable there. If we had the Jack of Hearts, I'd be a lot more likely to give the free card. Because I would be looking at this is kind of a hand where we are either way ahead or way behind. But on the all heart board, I felt like the pot has gotten really big. It's actually kind of getting out of hand. So let's just go ahead and make the let's just try to take it right then, and then check on the turn and see what he does. Because when we make the bet, we're basically saying to Pancake, hey, listen, we're potentially playing for stacks here. Okay, getting 3-1 on a King 10. The flop comes 6, 8, 9. We get Pancake making a very quick check. Let's go ahead and check back. Take the free card. Seven's our card right there.
I just remembered the plot twist. 'Cause I was trying to. Sorry, I was thinking in my head, what's the plot twist again? And I just remembered. Oh, it's mind blowing.
It is mind
It's
blowing.
fucking mind blowing, guys.
We'll go ahead and make the call here.
It's so sad. Oh God, I'm having flashbacks about it. What do you have here?
We have a
5,
King
6,
10.
7, 8 or something.
We have a 10.
You have a 10.
Let's go ahead and make sure we get called here. 54,000.
Nice. Too much, huh?
I mean, he didn't have anything. He probably didn't even
He
have a
didn't
pair.
want to
Ace high. Jake was awesome in Nightcrawler, and Nightcrawler was a very interesting commentary on the state of media. It really was. If it bleeds, it leads. Nightcrawler. Did you see Nightcrawler? Jake Gyllenhaal plays this guy who goes around collecting footage from accidents and tragedies.
Oh yeah, I did. He was like He was like an ambulance chaser kind of guy.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And it was
I don't remember it all.
really chilling. I mean, he was very, very much a sociopath. I love Jake Gyllenhaal. I thought he was great in Jarhead. I thought that was maybe my favorite movie with him. And then, I mean, how can you not mention Brokeback Mountain? That was Tobey Maguire. Wasn't it? Or was that Jake Gyllenhaal? It's Tobey Maguire, right? It was Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh, it was Jake Gyllenhaal. How can you not love him in Brokeback Mountain? And I mean love him in Brokeback Mountain. Could have been Tobey Maguire.
You know too many
He
movie
acted like
references
Tobey
that I don't.
Maguire.
I don't really like it.
Do you like Donnie Darko?
No, I don't like Donnie Darko.
No, she doesn't like that.
I think I started because Dutch, you like that movie, right?
Yeah.
You love that movie. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a chance. I fucking couldn't get it over. I couldn't even get involved in it. I never watched it. I think I fell asleep.
That movie's psychotic.
I think I fell
That
asleep
movie
and
is
it
like
wasn't-
someone in a mental hospital, was given a typewriter and he just went to town.
It's not my kind of flick.
It's a pretty crazy flick. Very abstract. Let's make the call here with the King 3 off. Kind of hit it. That's not a bad flop for King 3, right? We're ahead of the pocket pairs. We're ahead of the suited connectors. Not ahead of the aces, though. Not ahead of the better kings, though. Higher power making the check back. The queen hits the turn. And now I have to worry about Jack 10 now. Who knows? Might also just have higher power looking at like sixes here and being like, God damn it. The ace is a great card for us. Takes away all of our kicker problems if we're up against a weaker king. It takes away
Oh, does it?
a lot of the combinations where he has an ace. So let's go ahead and fire out half pot as a value bet here. Maybe we get called with like a queen 10. Maybe we get called with like pocket eights. He could easily be getting stubborn here and calling with a lot of hands that have showdown value.
Nice.
Poker Cat in the big blind. And you know what, Poker Cat? This is respect right here. That is respect. I'm not even going to limp in. I'm going to give you a fucking walk because you're a champion, and I think whatever kind of implied odds I might have are way outweighed by reverse implied odds. I think that you can probably see right through my screen, so that is a respect walk. Let me tell you, I can't start a bad beat story with. So there I am in the small blind with 8-3 offsuit against one of the all-time greatest poker players in the world, Kathy Liebert, and you won't believe how I lost. I'm not gonna start a bad beat like that. I don't want to be doubling you up. I don't want to be donating any chips your way and give you any more ammo to take away this tournament from me. All right, make the fold there.
There are 10 people left. Yay! Oh my gosh, almost the final table, Dutchie. That's funny. Nightcrawler isn't a Marvel flick. Yeah, at first I thought it might have been.
Let's see. Is there any poker players' names whose nicknames are Pancake? Anybody whose nickname should be Pancake?
I like pancakes, so I think you should be afraid of pancakes.
Pancake Poker.
You gonna look it up? That's funny.
What's up, Pancake? What's up,
You
Pancake?
should be like this. Is this the same pancake I had for breakfast?
Is this the same pancake I had for breakfast? It's funny. All right, let's just make the call here with Ace King. No, let's not. 48,000.
Really?
We've got Ace King. It's a very, very good hand. It's a very big hand.
Good luck.
I mean, we're on the stone cold fucking bubble, but we got Ace King. Stone cold fucking bubble. Ace King. For all the chips. We could easily have like a 3.5 to 1 favorite here. You got it.
It's not the same pancake.
Back to back Ace King offs. I feel like a mistake I've been making recently is putting too much money in with Ace King offsuit pre-flop in situations where.
Then? Is that what you're saying?
I don't hate 3-bet folding to a 4-bet. I don't hate it. I think inflating the pot is fine because a lot of times when he calls, we're in a real dominating spot. I mean, we should definitely have a 3-bet range, and Ace King should probably be in it. You know, so I mean, I don't know. I mean, it felt like a pretty strong hand to be folding, but it also felt like Pancake was really happy to get it all in. You know, he has to also worry about a big hand.
You might have aces there, though.
He probably had queens or jacks.
You probably had a pair.
You know,
for sure.
I mean, maybe he had ace queen. He also could have had ace king. You know.
Yeah, he could have the same hand for sure. I mean, shoving there though is like kind of meh. I mean, that's a lot.
It was a lot of chips to put in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, 50 big blinds when you're the stack against the only other stack that has you about at the same point. So
But you don't want to go broke there. You're at the bubble, you know. I mean,
shouldn't he also be thinking the same thing?
well, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either.
He was last to act, so he's holding his breath, hoping that you fold. Right?
Well, when we snap, he's fucked.
Well, yeah.
You know, if we snap there, he's looking at a 15%er.
Now I have the Westworld soundtrack in my head.
Boom, boom, boom.
What the hell's that? Earthquake?
Big truck. More, a lot of bass. It's all about the bass. So yeah, guys, we're at the final table, by the way, which means we're switching on that sub chat only.
Oh, is that what we do? I forgot. It's been so long.
It's been
It's been so long since
It hasn't been that long since the final table. We actually been running pretty good for final tables on the stream.
Ooh, look at that. I like this little emote. It's very religious though, so I like it, but only to the point where until I saw the religious thing. It's funny though.
Yeah, let's make the fold here with a 6 high.
Yeah, pancake is kind of chubby. Do you feel like pancake makes me hungry for some pancakes? Some pancakes. I see that you twittered out. Hey guys, if you guys are watching and you guys have Twitter, retweet Dutch's little final table tweet. That'd be awesome. And it also be helpful to the stream. Maybe we should share it on Facebook, dude. I'm gonna share it on Facebook right now. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun.
Boom, 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 boom.
Dun, 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 dun.
So, let's talk about the Ace King fold again. We got Aussie 673 here in the
In the what?
chat, being like, "Folding Ace King there is so exploitable."
He's bringing us.
When you're
sending us
folding
Vegemite,
there.
Dutch. Be nice.
When you're folding there. Hey, I don't have Vegemite in front of me. When you're folding there, it's way too exploitable, Dutch. You can't fold there. You have to
Well,
make the
you
call with the 50 big blinds on the final table. I see him because he knows he can make a big fold. You're making a big mistake folding.
Well, I mean, if he has the pair, you still have to catch up.
What are you hoping he's shoving with, Aussie? Because I'm going to tell you something. I don't think Pancake is shoving there with Ace King. I don't think we have the same hand. And that's pretty much what we're hoping for. When he makes the shove there, we're hoping that we're a slight dog. We're
Do you have any
hoping
notes on
that
Pancake?
he is shoving with queens or jacks. I don't think that Pancake is shoving with ace king. I don't think he's shoving with ace queen. I think that we are actually way behind, to the point where blockers be damned, we have 3 outs. That's what I think. Now, what is telling me that? Like I said earlier, you know, the situational awareness that a million hands plus has beaten into me. All the times when I've made the call, thinking in those terms of, well, he's got this range and his range versus our range, and we have the blockers, and that means that queens is so much more likely than kings or aces, and that means that aces there's a lot more combinations. Oh.
That was a little bit too animated, babe.
That was.
I don't know. You were like
That's.
in your own little world there.
That's the difference. I think that if you're gonna make the call there with ace king, you're gonna be on the rail a big chunk of the time, a big chunk of the time. So, like, what are you hoping for? It's like, I'm gonna make the call here because I think that he's got queens. Yes. Now we have to hit. Ah. You want to talk about exploitable. It's like, okay, well, what do you think he's exploiting me with? You think that he has pocket 6s? You think that he has 7-5 offsuit? You think he's got the ace-queen offsuit? I mean, maybe. You know what? If he's going to 4-bet if he's going to turn ace-queen into a bluff and he's going to 4-bet, well, give the man the money then. He's putting himself at risk. We're in the same spot. So, if you're going to have a 3-bet range, then you should be having a 3-bet fold range. And I would submit to you that ace-king, ace-queen should probably be in your 3-bet fold range. And if you can't 3-bet with the ace-king and fold to a 4-bet shove, that's a pretty big overshove. Then you probably shouldn't have a 3-bet range at all. And you should just be making the call with everything instead of making a 3-bet. And I don't think that that's what you are trying to say at all. I think that your line is make the 3-bet with the ace-king and make the call when Pancake shoves, where you both are first and second in chips. I think that's what your line would be, and I'm going to just respectfully disagree and say that we're going to win this tournament. And the plan to win with this tournament is not to get it all in with the other chip leader, where we have ace-king and they have queens. That's not the plan.
Well, don't you think during that ace-queen hand in general that you should have just called instead of bet, and then maybe in that you would have lost less chips if he just shoves. If you just called and he just called and you see a flop possibly.
And then what?
See how the flop comes out, and then the whole situation changes. We don't know.
What if we hit a king?
We don't know.
What are we gonna do?
If we hit a king, then we check. Then we check. And then he bets.
Check call, check call, check call.
For another fucking king.
I mean, is this the plan? The plan there is to call on the big blind in order to check call, check call, check call.
Exactly. That's why they call me.
Maybe that would have lost less chips, or maybe we would have gotten into a real lame spot where we look, where we feel pretty good about our hand.
You like to talk yourself into hands a lot.
Yeah.
So maybe it was definitely an averted disaster.
Let's go and make the fold here. Poker Cat getting it on there with the queen high. I don't really like the shove by Poker Cat here with the queen 4 of hearts. And the reason I don't like it is because she never has any fold equity. And I don't really think that she's getting called with hands that she's ever dominating. I think that she would be better making the shove with hands like Jack 9, 10, 8 than Queen 4. She's got the rest of the table to worry about, and she's never getting through. So I think that she would actually be even better off, especially given the chance that, hell, she might actually wake up with a hand in the next 2 hands. She also... might be able to see a player bust out before she hits the big blind and has to go with a random hand. To me, I would rather go with a random hand in the big blind for 2.5 big blinds than shove with Queen 4 suited in a situation where you just never have any fold equity and never are going to find yourself in a real dominating spot. But it worked out for her. She ended up hitting the flush, so would have cracked the aces. Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes that's the difference. Go make the fold here. We lose our first casualty. While I was thinking about other things, Kobe Bear ended up getting in there with the Queen Jack versus the Ace 10, and this is an example of, why I think that maybe Poker Cat would have been better off, not shoving with the Queen 4 is because, the difference between 9th and 8th and 8th and 7th is actually worth pursuing. I mean, even though in this thing it's only like $20, when you consider the effect it has on your ROI, it actually makes a pretty big difference. And nothing wrong with that one.
I thought you were going to do sub chat only.
Let's
I've
do
noticed
subscribe.
a lot of people are talking in our chat. No, you don't have to if you don't want to. You don't have to.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Broom is in sub chat only.
Sorry, guys. Well, Poker Cat's just getting lucky. She's just sticking around.
Yeah, she's doing well.
I didn't see the last hand, but it looks like a higher powered curse. Because I just see star, star, star.
Well, higher power
I didn't see the
got
hand.
it all in as a big dog
Oh, was he?
with
Oh,
Ace Queen
yeah.
versus Ace King.
I see.
But he turned a flush draw, which actually put him still behind.
Right.
Still well behind, but actually a little bit more than 3 outs. And then they ended up splitting it when the board double paired.
I see.
Also, by the way, guys, I want to talk a little bit about meta, why you should be 3-betting with the Ace-King in that spot, even if you plan on laying it down to a 4-bet shove. Not to beat a dead horse. But one thing I would point out about the 3-bet is even if Pancake is thinking, I can outplay him and get him to make real tight folds by 4-bet shoving, I still think that if he is, he's a lot less likely to just keep on stealing and pounding on a big blind if he knows that there's a decent chance that he's going to get 3-bet if we think that we're ahead. And even if he thinks that, I can rape his 3-bets by making big 4-bet shoves from my whole stack, I just don't think that's going to be as likely as him looking down at a hand like 6-7 suited and being like, fuck it, it's not worth it. We're going to go in and take a different spot. So if you never 3-bet in that situation, it's so much easier for somebody to feel like they're going to just bully you. Even if they're in a spot where they're like, if I get 3-bet, then I'm going to be 4-betting a super wide part of my range because I know that Dutch is going to be making folds with Ace-King. Well, I'm not always going to be making folds with Ace-King, by the way. I'll point that out. It's going to be in certain situations where I actually think that we are way dominated. I didn't think it was a flip. I still don't think it was a flip. It could have been a flip. Could have been, but I don't think it was.
He hasn't shoved since.
Yeah. So final cut, making the raise. This is kind of a tough spot. I kind of feel like 3-betting is in order. Let's do it. A little 2.5x. Even when he gets away with it and feels like a boss. 9 high like a boss. 9 high like a boss. I still think that in the back of his head, he's less likely to steal a blind because he's worried about getting 3-bet. And even when his plan when he gets 3-bet is to 4-bet shove light and hope that he doesn't run into a big monster. Even in those, like even in that spot, he's risking 50 big blinds when he wants to steal my big blind. It's basically what's going on. So, let's go for 30,000.
At 9 height, like a boss, a Australian.
Worse.
Huh?
Worse. He was English.
Oh, English.
It was
Okay.
Wilkesoof.
Oh, was that from the? Okay, so it was a
Yeah.
recent reference. I wasn't sure where it was.
Yeah, it was a pretty
reference
recent
was.
reference.
You have to work on your English accent.
1.5 to 1 with Queen Jack. Make the fold regulator. You got it. Balls pays off.
Balls.
I'm gonna make the fold here with 5-4. Eight players remaining, you guys, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. Do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see the payouts here? You want to see the lobby screen? I'll show it to you if you want.
I have the payouts in the chat.
Oh, you do have the payouts. Well, how about for the YouTubers? Do you YouTubers who are watching this in the future want to see the payout screen? What's that? You do? There's the payout screen, you guys. So there's 8 players remaining. My position is 2. First place, 1,083, which almost gets us even for the day after that Venetian deep stack kick in the nutsack. Second gets a 642 on down. Not too bad for a $30 tournament. Let's go back to the action where we're sitting here with Jack 4 suited against Regulator's min raise. And yeah, I'll go ahead and catch a flop with you, Regulator. Queen 4-2. Not too shabby. I think it deserves a check raise. I think it deserves a check raise. We'll see what Regulator does. I mean, he probably c-bets, right? He does. Look at that, 21-7. I think we go ahead and fire out 64-5. And we'll see what he does. If he calls, then we will continue betting if a heart hits. We'll continue betting if a 4 hits.
What'd you have right there?
Jack 4. So middle pair with a jack kicker. Could have been ahead. Might be. I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those hands that's going to keep me up at night. I'm going to be wondering, did Regulator have it? Did he have my pair of 4s beat with a jack kicker? Did I just knit away my tournament by making the fold?
Did you Dutch?
Nah. No, I don't think so. Maybe. You know, maybe he was sitting there with ace 3 offsuit. You know, it could be. Maybe he was like, oh, he's just check raising me with nothing. Well, I'm not check raising you with anything. You know, like with absolutely nothing. I actually have something. Oh, he's just check raising me with a flush draw. Well, if I did have a flush draw, then it's not like you're it's not like I'm drawing dead, and I'm probably not going anywhere if you make the shove. Ricky Love Dart making the shove against the Gilroy. 15 bigs effective. Gilroy calling with King Queen. Look at that.
Wow.
What a dodge.
Wow.
Oh, Gilroy making the call with a dominated hand. You catch up, though. You have Ricky Love Dart drawn to 3 outs twice. 88% of the time. Oh, yeah, but there's also another way to win that. I mean, Ricky Love Dart got it in as a huge favorite, so you can't really say it's too dirty. Let's see if we can't get through with a C-bet. Regulator making the call. Probably means we're way behind here. Of course, he could have like a Jack 8, Jack 9. He could have like a Queen 9, Queen 8 type hand, Ace 8.
Ricky,
No.
Dart.
Good dealer.
Good dealer.
Good dealer. Yeah, that reminds me of a guy I played with earlier this week in the 600. He got it all in on the turn with a flush draw. Hits the flush draw, and it's a massive pot. Massive. By the way, we could win this with, like, if we're up against the random 8s, the random 9s. We have the diamond, the ace of diamonds, so we could potentially also bluff this off. Go ahead and make the fold.
So what happened? The guy was like a dealer?
No, so he ends up sucking out on the guy for a huge pot, and then he says, "Thank you."
Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
Well,
man,
it's
that's
like
such a
just
douchey
thanking.
thing to say.
Just thanking.
Thanking everything. Thanking the
okay.
universe. Thank you.
I would think that, I mean, you have to.
He did it in a very
express your
douchey
emotions.
way. He didn't thank the dealer. He didn't like look up and say, "Thank you.
He just looks at the dealer?
Thank you, Jesus." No, he looks straight at the guy who got
Thank you.
eliminated. Thanks. Thank you. was like, that's
like,
kind of a
thank you for your
douchebag
chips,
thing to say.
Rather than thank you for the suck out, thank you for the chips.
Yeah. Thank you for your chips.
Thanks, dude.
Be sure to play again.
Thanks, dude.
Tip the waitress on the way out. It's like, man.
Thanks, man. You're making my dreams come alive.
Guy was a real asshole at the table. Super ass.
Did you take a chip? Did you take his chips and say thanks?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Poker Cat getting it in good there again
Yeah,
with the
Poker
ace. Has a regulator drawn dead on the turn. Drawn super slim on the flop. So sticking around. Nice hand there, Poker Cat. Well, ace 5 action, 15 bigs. We're going to actually go ahead and make the fold here.
Shove, pancake shoves. Wow.
So, Boniface, I think our record number of stream viewers was about 2,300.
Was it that much? I thought it was
Mhm.
1,000.
No, it was over 2K.
During the
It was over 2K in the first bracelet event that we cashed in. And that was a fun one.
Yeah, not really. I mean, it was fun for you, but you couldn't talk.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was a 15-minute delay.
Yeah, there was a huge delay.
It's very tense.
It was fun. I mean, it's a big deal.
Anytime you get close to a World Series of Poker bracelet, it's fun. Until it's not. It always ends in disappointment.
Yeah.
So Pancake 1620, just picking on regulator here. And if I'm regulator, I think I'm probably making the call as well. Pretty light. Any pocket pair. Maybe even any ace high. Well, regulator hoping Pancake doesn't have a jack.
Maybe
Putting his
regulator
whole
had
tournament
the
life
jack.
on that proposition.
Maybe regulator had the jack.
Well, if regulator had the jack, then it was a pretty bad bet on the turn.
Oh.
Because it's the kind of bet where, yeah, it's way too much. He's gonna get, he's only gonna get called if Pancake has a jack there or a pocket pair and gets stubborn. In either one of those situations, you're better off just firing out a normal bet on the turn. I mean, maybe a normal bet even induces a check raise bluff by Pancake. So if he had a jack, it was a bad bet.
Nice walk.
It wasn't a walk.
Oh, was it?
It was an under-the-gun raise. Guys, we are on break.
Good under the gun raise. Sorry, I thought it was a walk.
Yeah, it's night and day.
I
It's
know,
like,
I know, it's really wrong. I'm sorry.
But you know what? It's okay. It's all good. We won the pot, guys. We are going to we're going to be back in 4 minutes and 18 seconds. I'm going to get a little green tea, prepare myself for a win tonight, and get in the
You
right.
got this!
Yeah, we got this.
God,
We
you
got
have to change
this.
the color in your thing, man. Look at how look at that.
What are you talking about?
I'm not that white.
It's all right. You look good.
I look better on that
You
side.
look good
I
as a
look
white
better
chick.
down there. Don't be racist.
I can't. How can I be racist? I have black friends. I have black friends. I tell you. We're gonna be right back in 3 minutes and 44 seconds. You guys don't go anywhere. We got lots of great poker action left. Okay, guys, we're back. Monster hand in the big blind, Queen 10 offsuit. It's not really a monster hand.
I worry about you sometimes, Dutch.
I worry about this hand because if Poker Cat makes a shove, I'm probably making the call.
Make it a walk. Nice walk. I can say it. Right? That's right. Oh, looks like you got a tweet.
You know what one of my favorite scenes in The Accountant is when when his cellmate is teaching him how to empathize, and Ben Affleck is like, "You're angry." He's like, "Yes, I'm angry." He gets really excited because he actually spots the emotion. Yes, that's exactly right. Good. Yes, I'm angry. It was such a great scene. Bah, no. Guess what we folded? Little king 9.
No.
No.
Put a shove there, Dutch.
You know what I have to just tell myself? I have to tell myself that the flop is decided randomly after everybody calls. It's decided randomly
time
as
it
needed.
changes, that's right.
So if I would have called, the random number generator seed would have been different.
That's right. Different seed. Different.
I'm just going to tell myself that, whether it's true or not, just so that I don't risk becoming results oriented and thinking that I should have made the call against the ace 4.
How do you think they do calculate the seeds in these poker tournaments?
I don't know. Looks like higher power's in pretty bad shape here.
Well, it's probably that's a pretty interesting problem to solve, huh? Just random every time, I suppose. It's not that.
What are you asking?
Oh, wow.
Ricky Love Dart. Why, man?
Well, because he wants to react. He wants somebody to know.
Let me tell you something that's important. Is anytime you knock somebody out and you're feeling good, it's okay to feel good, but don't ever lose sight of the fact that somebody else is feeling bad. Somebody else is feeling crushed right now. Somebody feels really crappy.
Or at least wait until they leave the table.
Yeah.
And then be like, wow.
Wow.
After they leave.
I just don't understand how players can be that insensitive to other people's feelings. I understand being a bad loser.
Well,
I'm a bad loser. It's okay to feel bad when you lose and be a bad loser, but being a bad winner, there's nothing worse than being a bad winner. That's the worst. So when you gloat after just busting somebody, when you just take every chip from somebody and make them feel like, yeah.
Oh, Plants vs. Zombies on sale. I might get it. It's a good game.
I'm pretty surprised Poker Cat got that 4 on the river. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was thinking about the King 9 and being results oriented, and then oh, wait a minute, Poker Cat's still in this. Poker Cat's still in this. How did that happen? Oh, 3 outer on the river. 3 outer on the river.
We are gonna take over the poker room.
Almanac, man, you're awesome. Thanks so much for the resub. 23 months in a row. Really appreciate the subscribe, man. And thanks for making this happen. Thanks for making the stream continue.
From me right under your chair. June's running away. Hi, June.
Our little 6-4. We got Poker Cat making the raise now, getting some steam, getting momentum. Let's see if Pancake decides to 3-bet. All right. Looking pretty good there, Poker Cat. Looking pretty good. Pancake.
So I gotta think that Pancake probably had a pair when he shoved you. I don't know. Wow, you just gave a lot of chips to Poker Cat. Damn.
Yeah, you sure did. Now Poker Cat is the chip leader in this tournament. And not really where we want to see the chips go, even though, I'm happy for her. I'm really happy for Poker Cat. I would much rather have seen some, some random Joe Pancake end up with the stack, because it definitely helps my equity.
She's got the luck now.
All right, so watch. Pancake makes this shove here such a high percentage of the time. And I think that we're going to go and be making the call with King Queen if Pancake made the shove. Here, Final Cut making the raise. I think just making the call is all right. I don't think we need to be making the 3-bet against Final Cut. We've already 3-bet against Final Cut. Let's just go ahead and make the call here. See a flop. We have position. We have King Queen. I don't mind letting a blind in here. That's a pretty good flop for King Queen. Pretty good flop for King Queen. All right.
Good luck, Dutch.
Thank you. That's pretty fucking brutal.
Damn.
GG. So that is 6 out of 165. Regulator waking up with a Jack 9. Final Cut deciding to get it in there with the Queen Jack. So we had Final Cut completely fucked. But he would have come back to beat us anyway for a pretty bad beat. But Regulator had us both waxed. They ended up chopping the pot. GG, guys. That is 6th place. Not where we wanted to end up. $196. $200. Puking all over the table. Maybe we should have just 3-bet. We could be results oriented and think about it.
You should have. What you should have did was play that 9 king or whatever that hand was.
We don't really want to lose the Queen Jack.
I know.
You know, and having the Jack 9 in there with us, you know, King Queen versus Queen Jack versus Jack 9. That's actually a pretty good spot to be in. We got position on both of them. We don't really have to make it an all-in spot. I don't really want to lose everybody, but when the flop comes Queen 10-8, that's
flop.
what we're looking for.
Yeah,
you know,
it's good for you. I mean, you're not supposed to fold there. I mean, shit.
No. When I think about how I should have played the hand, I don't really think I'm gonna learn too much from analyzing that one. I think that we're just going to be like, all right, good game, you guys. Good luck, everybody.
Well, it's a good result. It's an okay result. It's not the best.
Not the best.
Tomorrow you're playing the Venetian Main. Is the main or just Venetian?
Venetian Deepstack Main event,
It's
yeah.
Main, okay.
So it is a main event. It's $1,600 buy-in. First place is probably going to be somewhere in the $250,000 range.
Yeah, and,
Maybe less, actually. There's less players than I thought because they're all out in LA. So probably first place is going to be like 140,000 or
Oh, really?
150,000.
Okay. No, it is what it is.
Still pretty
so,
good.
On Wednesday, so if you bust out tomorrow, you're playing Wednesday then?
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully you won't bust. But if Dutch is deep in that tournament, he probably will not be streaming tomorrow.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Probably
we
not.
thought the tournament was going to be on a Friday, right?
Well, no, I knew it was going to be on Monday or Tuesday.
Oh.
Yeah. And I was prepared to send out the email saying, "Hey guys, I'm still in this Venetian Deep Stack, so no stream tonight." But then I got knocked out before 7, so
What happens? Yeah,
It does.
He called me and he was like, "We're gonna stream." I was really into my book I was reading too about drones, the assassination complex. It's really good. Anyway, do you want to stream Hearthstone, or are you done for the night?
no, I'm done for the night. I need to get some sleep for tomorrow.
He has to sleep.
I'm gonna just relax, get up early, get a workout in. Got a little ream today. Got a little bit of a reaming today for late regging.
Yeah, Dutch. You shouldn't
So-
be so late.
Yes.
But you know what? It's hard to get on a good schedule
Yeah, it
with
is.
the rain. It's been raining in Vegas for the last week, and for some
Excuses.
reason the rain makes me tired. It makes me like sleepy. I don't know.
I was not sleeping well last night. I kept on waking up at the drop of a hat.
Really?
June would give a little whimper, and all of a sudden I'm up. You know, and then I fell back asleep, and all of a sudden I'm, for some reason, thinking in my head, "Oh my gosh, I got to get tickets to that Ramin Djawadi rush in. Is it too late?
And we're gonna go there.
Book it." Yeah.
So yeah, and if you guys are just visiting, or you should take this sub chat out.
All right.
And if you guys are just visiting, don't forget to follow. We stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 7 o'clock our time, so Pacific Standard.
Yeah.
And
Make sure to click on the follow button. Thank you to all the follows. Thanks. Big shout out to Ming the Merciless for the host, man. Really appreciate the host. Awesome of you. Definitely check out his stream. It's really good. Thanks again, John Blaze, for the host and the sweat. Definitely always wish you the best of luck. And you guys are
stay
awesome.
positive and stay positive and be helpful and help one another. You know, and be nice to each other. And hopefully we'll see you Monday.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you next Monday, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, because Dutch is going to go deep.
Maybe Michelle will do some streaming a little later this week. She's
Maybe,
getting
yeah,
back on
maybe
the
I will.
streaming. You know, she's actually doing some Twitch streaming. She's growing her channel, and it's pretty cool to watch. Okay, guys. Good luck, everybody. Still at the final table, and we'll see you soon.
pancake makes me hungry.